Okay, before we kick off, some general housekeeping for our visitors in the gallery. In the event of an emergency that requires the building to be evacuated, or if our fire alarm system makes the emergency tones, our staff will direct you to leave through the emergency exits and move to our evacuation assembly area, which is outside of the main entry point of the PCYC. I will be moderating the meeting in accordance with the Council's Code of Meeting Practice, which requires all participants and observers in the gallery not to disrupt the conduct of the meeting and treat each other with respect. Governance, are you ready? Okay, IT, are you ready? Is recording on and streaming? Good evening, councillors, members of the gallery and those watching from home. I declare our meeting open of council at 6 p.m. As a sign of respect to the traditional custodians, I'd like to start today's proceedings by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands of Elders past, present and emerging on which we celebrate today, and other Aboriginal people who may be present today. Councillors, we have received a request for a leave of absence tonight for tonight's meeting from Councillor Grattan. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Williams. Okay, confirmation of minutes. Now may I have a mover and a seconder for the minutes of the ordinary meeting on the 18th of November 2025, please? Councillor Robins, Councillor Hackman. Disclosures of interest and ethical obligations. Councillors, in accordance with our Code of Meeting Practice, page 2 of the agenda reminds us of our oaths and affirmations of office made under section 233A of the Local Government Act 1993. In accordance with clause 4.25 and 4.26 of the Code of Conduct, returns made by council's designated persons must be tabled at council meetings. Tabled tonight, we have 11 returns from designated persons. Now, councillors, if you have any declarations of interest, please do so now. Silence is the reply. So we're on to now public forum and public address. Councillors, tonight we will now move into public forum and public address. We have 17 speakers tonight. Before we commence, I wish to remind speakers that this meeting is being broadcast over the internet. I'd also like to remind the audience that taking video recordings and photographs is not permitted in the chamber. Speakers must agree to the following before being permitted to address council. You must not disrupt the conduct of the meeting and will treat people with respect and courtesy. You will not denigrate or make defamatory or personal attacks on councillors or staff. That council accepts no responsibility for comments made by you speaking at public forum and public address that could lead to a claim of defamation for any person either in the public gallery viewing the meeting via the internet or through any other media. Okay, so in public forum, person number 1 is Shane McLeod, Public Infrastructure.
It's Sean. Are you ready? Merry Christmas, councillors, Green sympathisers of the gallery and Libertarian comrades. I would like to begin by saying that my heart and prayers go out to the victims' families who have been affected this Hanukkah and Christmas in Bondi. I pray for speedy recoveries to those currently in hospital and swift justice to the perpetrators. To business. Council's handling of our roads and parks is a complete farce, proving time and time again that decision makers haven't the foggiest idea how to tackle the basics we depend on every day. Roads are the prime example. You've allocated $28 million this year, boasting about upgrades on streets like South Creek Road in Cromer or Brighton Street in Freshwater, but drive around, the potholes are rampant, damaging cars and endangering our lives. Our roads are not car-worthy. and that creates danger. Over 1,300 reported since January alone, with a massive spike to 15 in July and August. Relentless rain. The rate hike apparently funded extra crews for patching and sealing. Thank you for that interruption. Yet nothing ever gets fixed properly, does it? Temporary fills wash out. Holes reappear bigger than before, and repairs drag on endlessly, turning minor issues into major ones. Parks and reserves are no better off. A sting of $4.4 million barely scratches the surface. Barron Barley Reserve and Seaforth desperately needs playground upgrades. Freshwater beach playgrounds require new monkey bars and toddler-safe equipment. Clontarf Beach demands better paths and facilities. St Matthews Farm in Cromer waits for sports fields drainage. Foreshores erode unchecked at Newport Coast Walk and South Curly. Longreef's Boardwalk and Bridge rot away. This disgrace comes amid of a $105 million capital program next year and $411 million over 4 years, propped up by brutal 12.1 rate hikes, extracting $16 million more from us. $266 million sits untouched in reserves under the Local Government Act of '93. Council, please listen. Don't be clueless. Lavish spending promises and endless excuses. Oh, I didn't get to finish.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McLeod. Speaker number 2 is Nathan Thomason, Public Forum and Local Democracy.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Beautiful. Good evening, Mayor Hines, councillors, ratepayers, member of Team Sophie's Wednesday Coffee Catch-Up, and of course those piratical vandals known as libertarians. It's funny what you hear about yourself from disgruntled members of other political movements. My name is Nathan Thomason and I'm the Libertarian Advocate for Manly Ward, and tonight I'll be speaking about local democracy. There's an old saying, if you've got nothing to fear, you've got nothing to hide. I wonder why council is so afraid that they have to hide behind closed doors away from the public. Over the last year, we have seen councillors increase the cost of living by 5.2%, use ratepayer money with expenses for their own ends, attack thriving small businesses, and ignore a road system in desperate need of work. We, the ratepayers of the Northern Beaches, have come before you to exercise our democratic right to raise our grievances in person. Now you want to shut the voice of the community down. Last month, we saw the public forum stacked out with supporters of the Teals. Is it councillors' intention to only listen to feedback that inflates their ego? Last month, we asked the question, did council intentionally mislead the public with their changes to the public forum? When they claimed it was forced upon them by the New South Wales government, conveniently, the media release and website didn't highlight that the change to the public forum was entirely up to this council. And what changes they are? Councillors, we're going to have 2 meetings a month, one for public address for agenda items and one for a council meeting. The agenda item has no mandatory councillor attendance. What a democracy! CEO Scott Phillips, our favourite unelected bureaucrat paid more than the New South Wales Premier, is going to be able to deny anyone he likes. I wonder why. Speakers can't deviate from their topics and can be shut down the chair if they do, cutting down and censoring. Can't be used to raise questions and complaints. What's the point if you're only going to listen to things you want to hear? If there's a controversial topic, the general manager thinks there's going to be a safety risk, aka a rate rise, he can cancel the event. These changes are not only anti-democratic, they're anti-Australian. So what's the way forward then? Firstly, the Libertarian Party have an elected MLC. If questions cannot be raised in this chamber, then we will raise them in State Parliament. Secondly, we are happy to announce that if you pass this tonight, then the Libertarian Party, along with other community groups, will be launching our own public forum on the night that you have your regular council meeting. If you don't want to hear the community, then we will cut out the middleman and we will do this out of our own pocket too. I know that will confuse our big spenders. The Libertarian Party believes that this community deserves better than what this council has to offer. If you won't listen to the community, we will. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Third speaker up is Gillian Rathel, Seaforth Anglican Church's 150th anniversary celebrations and community competition.
Thank you. Yes, I'm here representing Seaforth Anglican Church. We celebrated 150 years since the little stone church was built in the 1870s, just recently, and we decided we wanted to get the community involved, so we decided to launch a community competition. We had 3 categories, under 10, 11 to 17 and 18 plus, and asked people to think about the 1870s when people were thinking what they needed for their community, and they came up with the idea of building a church. And we thought, well, here we are in 2025, what do you think our community needs? And we had a range of entries, and we had local leaders as judges, and it was really interesting to see the results. And I just thought I'd share some of the results and what we're thinking as a result of those entries. So the main theme that seemed to come through was that connecting people within our community and providing support for those alone or in need, as well as the need for a community hub, were kind of the main theme of what was said. There was quite a lot of individual entries, but that came through a lot. So the concept of a volunteer skills exchange was the winning entry in the 18 plus, followed by a Seaforth Helps initiative, and a third was an artwork depicting neighbours gathering together for meals as a way of connecting with neighbours. What we would like to do, what we're hoping that we can do is, and that the council might support, is the development of a volunteer community group called Seaforth Community Connect that fosters a skills exchange. And secondly, the use of the Seaforth Piazza community village space near the Seaforth Community Library for community members to meet weekly and possibly hold community events once every or four times a year. We don't want to sort of aim for too big because obviously it's just a small group of volunteers at this stage, but I hope to meet up with the people who were successful in their community entries in the new year and talk about their ideas. I've already met with a few of them. We had some funny entries. One child wanted a water slide from the top of the church steeple down into the park. They got a highly commended. We kind of thought it was a great idea, but probably not going to happen. Someone talked about a cocktail evening with alcoholic and non-alcoholic drinks once a month. That was a 10-year-old child who suggested that. So it was really quite amusing to see what they were suggesting. But the overall theme was connecting with community and having a space, because Seaforth's an unusual suburb. It's sort of, you bypass it. And while there's the Oval up at Seaforth and there's the community centre in the bushland, that little hub near the Seaforth Library is an underutilised space, and it's looking a bit tired. I was down there yesterday and it's looking a bit tired. We'd love to do something there. So those are our plans. I hope there's going to be support for it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our fourth speaker up is Anthony White on councillor expenses.
Can you hear me, Mayor?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor Hines, councillors, ratepayers, members of Team Sophie and the Libertarians standing up for this community. My name is Anthony White, Libertarian advocate for Frenchs Forest Ward. I've been away for a few months, spending time in Africa. Out of my own pocket, I supported animal welfare, conservation and orphanages in Tanzania and helped fund children's education in Uganda. That experience reminded me how far a single dollar can go when it's used responsibly. Tonight, before this forum is shut down and residents lose yet another avenue to ask questions, I want to speak about councillor expenses. Ratepayers deserve accountability for the money they are compelled to contribute, especially after you forced a 25.2% rate increase on a community that overwhelmingly opposed it. And then some of the very councillors who voted for that increase went on to spend extraordinary amounts on themselves. We've heard the excuse that these claims were within the rules, but the real question is, were they necessary? When you raised rates, did you consider how it will damage public confidence? When you spent thousands on yourselves, did you consider how much worse that damage would become? In just 9 months, we saw highly publicised $25,000 in expenses claimed by Councillor Hackman at the last, claimed by Councillor Hackman. At the last meeting, Councillors Hanjak and Hackman put forward a motion to clarify expenses. But do you really need a policy change to tell you what common sense already should? Out-of-area events, conferences and management courses are not essential to your roles. Were these trips used to build political profiles ahead of future elections? And why did Councillor Hackman need a management course at all? Was she unprepared for the responsibilities that she sought? We also have councillors barely a year into their terms who have spent thousands on laptops, cameras and microphones. Equipment council already provides. Why are ratepayers funding extra gear that is then used to film political content on council property? At the extraordinary meeting, held only because the previous one ran too late after a coordinated influx of Greens and Teal supporters, Councillor Hanjak said he wouldn't shy away from his expenses, but he did not apologise. And that is not good enough. If he admits his actions undermine public trust, then the public deserves an apology, and dare I say it, a refund. Let me put this in perspective. It costs $450 to fund a year of schooling for a child in Uganda. The boy I support, Happiness, his name is, was about to be expelled because his mother, who crushes rocks for a living, has an abusive husband, couldn't pay on time. He wants to be a doctor. Well, he told me he wants to be a doctor. And after I found out about this, I helped him. But I could not help more children because government continues to gouge us. While you film TikToks with ratepayers-funded equipment, I've watched Happiness sit on dirt floor classroom. Council would have functioned perfectly well without your discretionary spending. You have taken my ability to direct my money to where it is genuinely needed. The Libertarian vision for the Northern Beaches is simple: cut the rates, keep council spending to a minimum, stop out-of-area expenses, fix the roads, support the community. Councillors, this is public service.
Thank you, Mr White.
Not serve
Thank
yourself.
you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, speaker number 5 is very special. So I ask everyone to just please pay some respect. But this is on Bushlink's work regenerating local bushland with Alex Bavard.
Just testing. Hello, councillors. Thank you for having me. My name's Alex, and I'm proud to speak today as a member of Bushlink. Bushlink is an inclusive employment program run by Northside Enterprise. What we do is simple but powerful. We look after bushland, gardens, and outdoor spaces across the Northern Beaches while giving people with disability real, meaningful paid work. Our teams go out to schools, parks, community centres and reserves. We remove weeds, maintain paths, plant native species and keep outdoor areas beautiful and safe. We work side by side with supervisors who support us and teach us new skills. It feels like a proper job because it is a proper job. Bushlink is important for 3 big reasons. 1, it gives people with disability real opportunities. A lot of people like me want to work, want to contribute, and want to be part of something. Bushlink gives us that chance. It shows what we can do when people believe in us. 2, it helps our community and the environment. The work we do isn't pretend. It makes a real difference. Schools tell us their gardens look better. Kids stop and thank us. Councils and businesses appreciate our reliability. We take pride in our work because we can see the results. 3, it changes attitudes. When people see us working as a team, wearing our uniforms and doing a good job, it challenges old ideas about disability. It shows that inclusion isn't just a word. It's something that you can build one day and one job at a time. Being part of Bushlink has changed my life. I've gained confidence. Before Bushlink, I wasn't always sure where I fitted in. Now I know I belong somewhere. I'm part of a team that relies on me and trusts me. I've gained skills. I've learned how to use tools safely, how to work outdoors in different conditions, and how to communicate and solve problems as a group. I've gained friends. The people on my team are more than co-workers. We look out for each other. We celebrate when someone learns something new. We help each other on tough days. And I've gained a sense of purpose. When I put on my Bushlink shirt in the morning, I know I'm doing something real, something that helps the community and makes me proud of myself. Bushlink has given me the chance to work, to learn, and to contribute. It has shown me what is possible when the community invests in inclusion. Thank you, Council, for supporting programs that give people like me a chance to shine. Thank you for listening to my story.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Alex. I'm very aware that speaking for the first time at council is nerve-wracking for anybody. But the fact that you feel the need to actually come and say something, really appreciate it. So well done. And thanks to the support of Northside Living as well. Thank you. Northside Enterprises, I should say. Okay, on to our sixth speaker, cost of living, Joshua Beer.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor Hines, councillors, and our fellow Libertarians and ratepayers, I should say. My name is Joshua Beer. I am the Libertarian advocate for Pittwater Ward. Tonight, I want to speak about the cost of living crisis, a crisis driven by over-governance and over-taxation from the political class, including, unfortunately, this council. And with the new restrictions being pushed onto this public forum by the Teals and the CEO, this may well be one of the last opportunities to speak openly about financial accountability and the real struggles facing ratepayers. Families across the Northern Beaches are hurting. At the federal level, energy prices have contributed to rising power prices and new policies around that. At the state level, renewable energy zones are replacing farmland and creating a dependence on wind and solar that many believe is driving costs even higher. Taxes like the fuel excise hit families every time they fill up the car. The list goes on and on. You would expect the level of government closest to the community, the one people interact with every day, to ease the pressure. Instead, this council has increased it. This council and its CEO went to IPART seeking a 40% rate rise. You asked the community for feedback, and they said no, loud and clear. Even after suggesting cuts to the hop, skip and jump bus and council childcare, the answer was still no. IPART ultimately approved a 25% increase because even they thought 40% was excessive. And let's be clear, higher rates don't just hit homeowners, they hit renters too. When rates go up, landlords pass those costs on and rents rise. This council's decision didn't just squeeze property owners, it pushed up housing costs for young families, single parents, pensioners, and anyone trying to keep a roof over their head. Instead of threatening community services, why didn't council look at the 26 million spent on executive salaries? Why not reduce the size of the bureaucracy? Why is the CEO paid more than the New South Wales Premier while families are struggling to pay their bills? Thank you. Real leadership requires making hard choices. Raising rates wasn't the hard choice, it was the easy one. The hard choice would have been to cut spending and protect ratepayers. As Margaret Thatcher, from the country of my birth, once said, the problem with socialism is that eventually you run out of other people's money. We in the Libertarian Party are standing up for this community and for lower rates. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 7 is Mr. David Palmer on Pittwater environmental priorities.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors, I want to speak about Pittwater Natural Heritage Association's priorities for Pittwater in 2026. PNHA, that's the Pittwater Natural Heritage Association, has been campaigning for our local environment for over 30 years, in many cases working with and supporting our council. Over the years, we've obtained grant funding to support council's bush care projects. We've supported council in protecting bushland in Pittwater, 85 Hillside Road, Newport, and Warriewood Escarpment, now Ingleside Chase Reserve, are just two examples. So to our priorities for 2026, two are, one is combating the incremental loss of bushland. There's a continuing loss of bushland and tree canopy in Pittwater. Sometimes this is due to oversized houses being built, and sometimes it's due to government selling bushland lots for housing development without considering the environmental and scenic values of the land. In 2026, we'll be working to increase the community recognition of the value of native tree canopy, habitat and connectivity. But our most important priority for 2026 is Ingleside Chase Reserve. Ingleside Chase Reserve is a wonderful place which provides habitat to many species of native fauna, and it forms a green backdrop to nearby coastal suburbs. PNHA has conducted guided nature walks through it. We've done bush regeneration activities in it, and we continue to monitor it for damaging actions such as unauthorised bike tracks. A major threat to its viability is isolation from other bushland areas. Research has shown that without connectivity between bushland reserves, fauna populations suffer, decline, and eventually become locally extinct. In April 2024, Transport for New South Wales installed a fauna bridge on Mona Vale Road East, which links Ingleside Chase Reserve with bushland in Ingleside, so animals can move through the landscape to Ku-ring-gai Chase National Park. However, for this bridge to be effective, it needs the bushland on the other side of Mona Vale Road to be protected from residential development. This is something we'll be campaigning for in 2026. We hope that we'll have the support of Northern Beaches Council as we work on these projects. And finally, Merry Christmas to councillors and staff, and Pittwater Natural Heritage Association looks forward to working with you again next year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 8 is Dr. Judy Lambert on bush care.
First, adjust a microphone to my height. Good evening, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. A lot of you, I think, know me because I've been around for a while. I served some time on Manly Council quite a long time ago. I have a career in environmental management and research. Spent 3 years on a Federal Environment Minister's staff in the past at a time when weeds were very much a focus of the work, and I've been a co-director of a small company that specialised in conflict resolution in environmental matters. It's on that basis that I speak to you briefly tonight on the matter of the preciousness of our bushland beaches here in the Northern Beaches, and we all know that repeatedly our community surveys value those natural assets. But they are increasingly under threat, and one of the threats to them is weed invasion. I know that Council has a very dedicated staff team. There are numerous bush care groups who work diligently to keep the weeds under control in large and small reserves. We've just heard about a couple of them tonight, including the wonderful Bushlink program. But climate change has many threatening factors, and one of them is weed spread. Weeds spread particularly in areas that are subjected to increased temperature and moisture, flooding, stormwater runoff from nutrient-rich areas. And it's these areas, among others, that need particular attention. But with escalating financial pressures on all councils, not just ours, weeds are tending to be almost second rate in those budget allocations. Weed management has, in both federal and state legislation, been identified as everybody's problem. I think the national weed risk assessment process that I was involved in my federal days has prioritised a group of weeds by their impacts on agriculture, the environment and human health, which is often forgotten in relation to weeds. And the probability of those impacts and their economic things lead to weeds of national significance. And similarly, at state level, we have now a classification of priority weeds. But what happens is that people in the community still think about noxious weeds, which don't exist in anybody's definition anymore, so they're not so much of a focus. So I guess in presenting tonight, I'm calling on council to put in even more effort than they do now in regular community education awareness raising about priority weeds, about the fact that weeds are everybody's business, and that we need to think about weeds when we're managing stormwater and the impacts of climate change.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor.
Speaker number
Madam
9.
Mayor.
Right, Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Would council staff please be able to circulate an update as a result of the resolution regarding weeds and the need for legislative reform regarding weeds management, if the state government have indeed responded?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll certainly look into that.
Okay. Thank you. Speaker number 9 is Mr Douglas Rennie on climate action.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor Hines, councillors, ratepayers, members of Team Sophie, and of course our great Libertarians. My name is Doug Rennie and I'm the Libertarian advocate for Pittwater Ward. Tonight I rise to speak about council's approach to climate change and energy policy. Many of you may have noticed it's getting hot. We call that summer. It happens every year and it always will. The climate changes from cold to hot and back again. What we actually need is climate change inside our homes, air conditioning, refrigeration and cool drinks. That requires reliable, continuous base load power, not slogans, not intermittent generation, base load power. Coal or nuclear, because that is what keeps society running. Meanwhile, our grid on the northern beaches is already fragile. We've had blackouts and we'll have more if we keep pretending that intermittent energy can replace baseload generation. Even solar farms are catching fire in summer. That should tell us something. Last month, we heard a speech from Team Sophie about how terrible gas supposedly is, and also from councils like the City of Sydney are already banning gas. That means residents who want cheaper, more reliable energy simply won't be allowed to have it. Northern Beaches Council has declared a climate emergency, so I ask, will this council be looking to ban gas as well? We know a member of Team Sophie hits on council. Will this council follow Sophie Scomps's policy direction, removing gas and increasing power prices for family already struggling? At the local government conference, councillors voted to support renewable energy zones. These zones concentrate wind turbines, solar farms, batteries and transmission lines, infrastructure for intermittent power, not the baseload energy that keeps hospitals, businesses and homes alive. And where are these renewable energy zones being built? On prime agricultural land, the land that feeds us the Australians. So I ask again, did Northern Beaches Council vote to support the destruction of primary industries in favour of unstable energy technologies? And if so, what comes next? Wind turbines on Manly Beach, offshore farms like proposed off Kiama. The Libertarian Party is deeply concerned about how this council views energy generation. Our families, our communities are already buckling under the cost of living crisis, including crippling high energy costs. We do not need more unreliable solar and wind projects driving those projects even higher. Council should stop virtue signalling with climate emergency declarations and return to the basics: roads, footpaths, wastes, local services, and the things this community actually needs.
Okay, thank you, Mr Rennie. And speaker number 10 on biodiversity and nature connectivity is Ms Jackie Marlow. If you could come. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's a statement. Okay, thank you.
Jackie Marlow writes, I have a friend called Jess. You might call Jess a bird nut. She's the person who rescued the peregrine falcon out of the stadium when the Taylor Swift concert was in Sydney. She lives in Canada Bay, a fairly leafy suburb on the harbour. Jess thinks that Canada Bay is rich in birds, but she was absolutely gobsmacked recently when she came to help me reunite 3 baby bubuk owls. Having lived in the Northern Beaches most of my life, I hadn't really thought about the number of birds in the area, so I looked up the Atlas of Living Australia, which lists all the species found in an area. In the Northern Beaches Council area, we have 541 different bird species. Today, I would like to tell you about the owls and raptors that live in the Northern Beaches. I'm sure everyone's heard of the Powerful Owl Project, which is monitoring where powerful owls are found in Greater Sydney. We are very blessed to have many powerful owls nesting from Manly to Palm Beach. Powerful owls are apex predators. They eat lots of possums, some fruit bats, and some lorikeets. The other owl that you may not have heard of is the barking owl. It barks like a dog. I first became aware of them when I was trying to figure out how a dog could be moving from tree to tree in the street behind where I live. We are the only local government area in metropolitan Sydney to have barking owls. Even Sutherland Shire, for all its trees and wildlife, does not have barking owls. Barking owls can be commonly found around Narrabeen Lagoon. They have been breeding prolifically with up to 4 chicks per year. The third kind of owl is the bubuk owl, commonly called the mopoke. They have the most beautiful little fluffy chicks with enormous brown eyes and spindly legs. As raptor coordinators for Sydney Wildlife, Jess and I have reunited 3 chicks in one family and 4 chicks in another family in Avalon in this last week. We are also very blessed to have masked owls, which are extremely rare and are a threatened species. They are usually found on the far side of Pittwater. We also have an amazing number of raptors in the area. Osprey are internationally listed as vulnerable, yet we have them nesting at the Narrabeen Sports Academy, Coleroy Beach and St Matthew's Farm. They are often fishing above the beach at Narrabeen Pool. We also have sea eagles found flying above Narrabeen Lagoon and in Pittwater. I have recently had to take 2 injured sea eagles to Taronga Zoo. They were both euthanised as they had been damaged by being caught in fishing line, which had irreparably damaged their wings. This is why I'm speaking tonight. Could everyone please ensure that when they are leaving a fishing spot, that all of the fishing lines and hooks are removed and taken away? Not only are birds negatively affected by fishing line, but so are sea turtles. Not so long ago, a council ranger and I took an injured sea turtle to Taronga Zoo. When they x-rayed it, they found that its intestines had been cut to pieces by fishing line. They euthanised it. We live in a very beautiful place, far more beautiful than many other places in Sydney or the world. We are blessed with many unique animals. Can we please all work together to improve our environment and remove hazards for animals? Thank you.
Oh, and Sydney Wildlife, I'm sure I'm not speaking out of turn that so many of us appreciate the work that they do in the area. So, thank you. We're up to public address now, where we have people speaking to items on the agenda. Ms Judy Brain speaking on item 9.1, the monthly investment and finance report.
Mayor, councillors.
Judy or Ms. Brain, you might want to bring your microphone closer to you. Yeah,
Okay.
perfect.
Mayor, councillors and staff, I'm the President of Save Little Manly Beach Foreshore. I would like to address the meeting regarding item 9.1 on the agenda, which is the monthly investment and finance report. I would like to refer to the Christmassy page in the report. I call it the Christmassy page because it's coloured in red and green. It's the income statement. And this report this time round has mostly green numbers, only 2 red, and that shows us that the finances are going well. They're not in the red. And it shows that there's an even greater surplus has arisen than had been budgeted for. And yet I'm speaking against the report. That is because I don't like the report. Despite the surplus, there are no funds budgeted for the completion of the Little Manly Reserves Landscape Master Plan. And yet consultation for the master plan began in 2018-19, and there was even an official opening in October last year. But actually the plan hasn't been completed. It's as though council aren't aware that the plan hasn't been completed. There are traffic calming measures and safe footpaths still to be completed. So surely some of the budget surplus needs to be directed towards the completion of the master plan. And urgently. I say urgently because the uncompleted items are safety issues. Having these items in the master plan acknowledges the safety aspects and so demonstrates that council knows there are safety issues. So if there were to be an accident, heaven forbid, because the plan has not been completed, it wouldn't be hard to show that council is liable. So item 1 is investigate and implement appropriate traffic calming measures to make Stewart Street safer for pedestrians. These traffic calming measures are needed particularly at the junction of Craig Avenue and Stewart Street. Young people with e-bikes are creating a hazard at this location when they are mixed in with cars, boat trailers and pedestrians. It's an accident waiting to happen. Little Manly attracts young teenagers because of Jump Rock and the pool where they jump off the pool fence and the beach. Then there's the pedestrian footpath connection from 34 Stewart Street to the existing open space. And the path is planned to reduce pedestrian conflicts. Currently, when you try to walk down there, you're having to navigate between vehicles and boat trailers on Craig Avenue. The footpath would run down beside the building. Please do the right thing. These measures are not difficult to implement.
Ms. Brain, we're getting to the end. Your time is up.
Some funds must be directed towards the completion of the master plan.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next person up is Mr. Frank Bush on 9.2. Sorry, the draft code of meeting practice.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the opportunity to speak in favour of the exciting topic of the Code of Meeting Practice, item 9.2 on the agenda. I represent the Palm Beach and Whale Beach Association, which was founded to campaign for the protection of the environment and amenity of the residents and businesses of Palm Beach and Whale Beach. The association, like the community in general, is vitally concerned with the activities of the Northern Beaches Council and of its ruling bodies. Matters affecting the way in which that ruling body performs and reaches its decisions are of considerable importance to the community as a whole and to our members. We support the proposed code, but there are several matters we find difficult. These are ironic when one of the purported aims of the government is to increase public information, community information. We were opposed to the abolition of pre-meeting briefings. It's critically important to the efficient operation of the Council that councillors arrive at meetings fully briefed on the matters that they are going to decide. We are pleased that a workaround has been put in place. However, councillor attendance at such briefings is a community concern. It is part of the electoral pact between councillors and their electors that they should come to these meetings fully informed. Given the volume of issues required to be decided by the council, we suggest that serious consideration should be given to holding 2 meetings of shorter duration each month with a public address before each. The volume of paperwork for council meetings is not likely to diminish, so that one night a month meeting with will either become longer or more items will be deferred to future dates and issues will not be addressed. We have seen this happen to a number of issues over the last 12 months. This does not meet the expectations of a community for efficient and prompt decision-making. We support the continuation of a public address to allow the public to address the council on matters before the council for decision. When that address should be held, we can leave to the councillors to determine for themselves. We object also to the abolition of the opportunity for members of the public in public forum to address councillors on other matters of concern. Public forum is a valuable tool for the community voice and for helping councillors to understand looming issues of importance to the community. A way should be found to continue it. We strongly support the granting of additional powers for the Mayor to manage meetings more efficiently and to be free from the disruption from the public gallery. The community strongly supports smoother and more streamlined council meetings. And if I may add, Mayor, one small thing at the end.
Just keep talking and make it really fast.
As recommended by the code, Madam Mayor, I am standing to address you. I don't suggest that that part of the code be applied to the councillors.
Okay, thank you, Mr Bush.
Madam Mayor.
Yes. Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Mr Bush made a statement that there is a provision now to work around the prohibition on councillor briefings. Could the General Manager please advise what is meant by that? And has he committed any conduct which could undermine the intention of the Code of Meeting Practice to stop briefings, but you're doing it another way?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm unaware of Mr Bush's reference there. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm unaware of Mr Bush's reference and no, we're not intending to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Hang on. Sorry, the microphones are very soft tonight. Could they please be turned up? Secondly, so can the General Manager please assure the Council that there will be no effort to circumvent the prohibition on holding councillor briefings, which ICAC, the Independent Commission Against Corruption, also recommended not having? Will there be anything in its place?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, that's not Council's intention.
All right. On the same item, Mr Mark Horton. Can I ask the audience to please refrain? This is now time for us to hear from each individual speaker.
Good evening, councillors. I'm Mark Horton. I'm a community advocate and I don't represent anybody here except the community. I've spoken at many council forums over the years and I'm disappointed this might be my last one. I'm here tonight to speak against the changes to council meeting procedures that relate to removal of the public forum from council's monthly meetings. As a person who spoke regularly at meetings about general committee issues as well as agenda items, I'm disappointed that council has so readily fallen into line with a draft code devised, or as the meeting papers explain, a code that was mandated by state government officers. A mandate is usually recognised as being the authority given by voters to an elected party candidate to implement their promised policies. It is a go-ahead to implement that policy. In this case, the mandate is a direction from the state government to carry out procedures they prescribed, not a vote by the public. Was council given an options to, if so, what points of view were conveyed to the minister on this? The removal of what I consider to be a democratic system is evidence of how current state and federal governments are heading, where they're heading. Freedom of speech and access to information about government decisions is being gradually and stealthily removed. Obviously, certain of the current councillors here are happy to fall in line with limiting opportunities for community voice. The intention of the mandated procedure is to separate councillors and staff members from meetings in which the community members are involved. This is not democracy. Local councils are all about serving the community and spending ratepayers' money wisely. Up until tonight, community members who wished to address councillors gathered for a meeting were able to speak on matters so that the 3-minute address remained fresh in the minds of councillors and just prior to votes being taken. For community members to be forced to speak 1 week prior to the meeting in which councillors will vote loses the importance of being heard, avoids transparency or accountability, and makes a mockery of fair governance and due diligence. The draft procedures so that councillors may be invited to attend a meeting, the public forum, but there's no obligation on them. I wonder what's going to happen with that. I do not support moving the public forum 7 days before the council meeting. The New South Wales Government Model Code does not require this change. It simply says councillors may hold a forum prior to the meeting. That includes the same day. The current same-day forum works because councillors hear the committee directly before the vote in full public view. Shifting it earlier risks councillors not attending, leaving residents to speak to an empty room. I strongly oppose limits also speakers to agenda items only. I don't think we should have committee members must be able to speak on any topic of local relevance, including ongoing projects, new issues or emergency concerns. Not every matter fits into a business paper, and moving this right undermines transparency and early community input.
Thank you, Mr. Horton.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next person up on the same topic is Mr. Terence LaRue.
Madam Mayor and councillors, thank you for this opportunity to put my point of view on the code of meeting practice that, as it stands, I'm opposed to. There are 2 components in it that I'm going to speak to. One is the government's mandated changes, and then there are the changes that have come from the staff. It's for almost 20 years that I've been coming to council meetings and speaking from the public forum or making a public address. In fact, I have the dishonour, or maybe the honour, of being thrown out of a council meeting by Mayor Jean Hay. So I'm familiar with the shenanigans that goes on. On the government's mandated changes, only allowing remote attendance for unforeseen caring responsibilities ignores that many councillors and aspiring councillors have entirely foreseeable caring responsibilities for children or family members and may have work obligations that necessitate travel. Flexibility to attend remotely would encourage and facilitate diverse people becoming councillors. The ban on briefings will make it harder for councillors to be informed. While these are not a decision-making forum, if the concern is that they should be more transparent, then they could be live-streamed. Losing the public forum is, in my view, a retrograde step, as it removes an opportunity for the community to share its ideas, requests, or concerns about council directly with decision-makers. While there are some residents who raise spurious and in some cases, community irrelevant issues, it is my experience as a resident who has regularly made addresses from the public forum. The majority of residents coming to the public forum do so to make constructive requests or suggestions. The council staff are recommending changes which I think are negative. While the model code requires public address to be separate from the meeting, holding it on a different night as proposed would mean it is less likely that councils will be able to attend and hear from the community. It is also proposed by staff that how individual councillors vote on motions is not recorded unless a division is called. The administrative burden on council staff to record the votes is, I believe, minimal in the scheme of things, but promotes transparency and accountability of how councillors voted on motions. Residents have the right to know how their ward councillors voted on any motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we welcome back up to the microphone Mr. Nathan Thomason on item 14.1, the notice of motion on Northern Beaches Council's confidence in volunteer surf life saving and savers.
Good evening again, Mayor Hines, councillors, ratepayers, member of Team Sophie and Libertarians. I am Nathan Thomason, Libertarian Advocate for Manly Ward, speaking to agenda item 14.1, which of course is Northern Beaches Council's confidence in volunteer surf lifesavers and surf lifesaving Northern Beaches. I'd like to thank Councillor DeLuca for putting this up. It's always good to hear a voice of reason amongst the teal miasma. At the last meeting of council, we got a glimpse of what separate council meetings are going to be like without public scrutiny. Our elected councillors seem to act very badly indeed. No wonder why they want to get rid of the public forum. The background of this motion outlines in part 1. At the resumption of the 18th November Northern Beaches Council meeting held on 25th of November 2025, during debate on matters relating to surf safety and equipment, Councillor Hackman stated, the volunteer surf lifesavers are actually quite dangerous on the jet skis, and Surfing New South Wales are concerned about that. Part 3 states, while there was an apparent attempt during the meeting to soften or walk back the remark, following the Mayor's ruling that Councillor Hackman would need to leave the meeting unless she withdrew her hurtful and misleading remarks, it did not constitute a clear or unequivocal retraction, nor did she apologise. Part 4 states, the original allegation therefore remains on the public record and its effect is undiminished. Pretty grim. The motion comes in 2 parts. Part 1, call on Councillor Jolene Hackman to issue an unconditional and unreserved written apology to be tabled at the next ordinary meeting of council and included in the minutes of that meeting for her disparaging and misleading comments made in the council chamber on 25th November 2025 that the volunteer surf lifesavers are actually quite dangerous on the jet skis and Surfing New South Wales are concerned about that. Yes. Has this been done? I couldn't see it on the agenda. Part 2, request the Mayor, on behalf of Council, write a formal letter of apology to Surf Lifesaving Northern Beaches and to each Surf Lifesaving Club within the Northern Beaches local government area, expressly A, reaffirming Council's strong confidence and support for volunteer surf lifesavers and surf lifesaving clubs. B, thanking them for the vital and selfless work they perform in protecting residents and visitors on our beaches. Has this been done? And if not, when will it be done? The Libertarian Party believes that civil society is the heart and soul of our community. Without the volunteers who patrol our beach, help out homeless shelters and much more, society would be lost and a lot less kind. These people are the true heroes of the community, not paid politicians who make everyone else poor and make disparaging remarks on the public record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, same topic. Mr. Carl Musker, please. Okay, if I can ask the audience to not call out and just be respectful, that would be lovely. Mr Musker?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and councillors. My name is Carl Musker. I'm representing Longreef board riders and surfers. Been a member of Longy Board Riders for over 35 years. I'm an ex-president and a life member. I was in the water the same day my lifetime friend, Mercury Salakis, died. I said goodbye, headed in. 20 minutes later, he was attacked by a shark. I still see that every time I paddle out. Mercury wasn't just a great surfer, he was an important part of our community. Since the 6th of September, the surfing community has been quietly shell-shocked. We're hurting. Surfers are in the water all the time, long before the flags go up, well after the patrol finishes, and all through winter. When someone's in trouble near us, we're often the first responders. We put them on our boards, we calm them down, we keep them afloat. Sometimes volunteers arrive, sometimes surfers get them to shore. We don't do it for uniforms or discounts or pats on the back. We do it because we're human.
Point of order.
But the support doesn't come back the same way.
Point of order.
Surfers who regularly help lives are turned
Mr
away
Musker, if you could just
order.
stop for a moment, we'll stop the clock. Councillor De Luca, your point of order is?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This speaker has made some very disparaging remarks as to the motivation of surf lifesaving and surf lifesavers. And secondly, I would ask you to rule on whether, in accordance with 518, he is committing disorderly conduct. And I would point out that the Pasalakis family have endorsed this motion. Thank you.
Okay, so I would actually rule that he continues, but just obviously do it with some caution, but absolutely understand. But we've had some people already named from previous speakers, so since there's only just under 2 minutes left.
I would ask, though, that you ensure that he does not denigrate our hard-working volunteers.
Absolutely.
And invite him to do a finger's worth of their voluntary service before he makes such derogatory comments.
Okay,
Well, if you let me finish before you butt in.
Councillor De Luca, before you start making some accusations, can we just hear the rest of your talk, please?
But the support doesn't come back the same way. Surfers who regularly save lives are turned away from clubhouses. We're told to pay full rates to hire a hall that our volunteer mates get for free. We see boards and rescue equipment locked up behind doors we're not welcome to walk through. It feels like there's two classes of ocean rescuers, those in uniform and those on boards. On the morning of the attack, there were no professional lifeguards on duty and no volunteer lifesavers on duty. There was an inter-club board riders comp at Longreef. No surfers had access to the surf club, both Longreef and DY, so the shark alarm could not be raised. The only tool we had was Longreef board riders' PA system. Through this, we were able to alert many other people to the dangers. Surfers need better support as first responders. I want to be clear, I have respect for surf lifesavers. Some are members of Longreef board riders. They put themselves on the line, while many are not as experienced as Groms who've surfed from the age of 5 that deserve praise for selflessly patrolling our beaches and the friendships they build with each other. With that praise, there must be responsibility taken when operating IRBs, jet skis and rowboats. I know Jolene Hackman feels the same way. But while millions of dollars flow into surf lifesaving, with $25 million a year from the state government, the people who are out there every single day, the surfers, are just asking for some recognition, some access and a seat at the table. The Longreef Surf Lifesaving offered us the function room for a counselling session provided by Lifeline to support people affected by the shark attack. That is the first time anyone from Longreef Board Riders has stepped into Longreef Surf Lifesaving Club. First time. We have previously been refused use for the function room for our presentation night. We've had our 2025 presentation night at Dad and Dave's Brewing. The same night, DY Board Riders, they had theirs at Seventh Day Brewing. For us to be truly collaborative and complementary, we need to be recognised. That includes community assets like surf clubs. My wife now worries...
Mr Musker, your time is up now. But thank you very much. Okay, on the same topic, if I could have Mr Joel Seaton.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. My name's Joel Seaton. I'm 43 years old. I'm speaking tonight as an avid surfer, an ex-professional lifeguard, and a volunteer surf lifesaver on the Northern Beaches. I'm here speaking tonight against this notice of motion because I believe it is fictitious and completely misses what our community actually reads right now. You can hear from the last speaker the emotion in his voice. The community wants answers and they want assistance. On the 6th of September, we lost Mercury Salakis, a respected leader, a dedicated family man, and a mate in the lineup, a much-loved member of the surfing community. His family, his friends, and his fellow board riders are still grieving, and yet they have found the courage to use their voices to call for better shark management so that others might be safer. That's what we should be talking about. At the November meeting, councillors were debating how to best manage sharks and where to prioritise funding, be it drones, listening stations, jet skis and other tools, in order to reflect the views of surfers, surf lifesavers, swimmers, first responders, parents and partners across the beaches. It was a heated debate because people care. I've been actively involved in surf life saving for nearly 30 years as a volunteer and in the surf for nearly 40. Over that time, I've observed sharks in the natural environment, and I know, like many here, that we need to rethink our strategies and question how to manage and ponder our interrelationships with sharks and the ocean. Why are these apex predators considering exploring alternative food choices? Is the elephant in the room overfishing? What can we do to come together and address that? The community is really worried. They want safety and not political games. Instead, we've had a few rush words from that debate, words that may be interpreted as clumsy, yes, but surrounded by praise for surf lifesavers, sliced out of context and weaponised on social media to attack one particular councillor. This motion continues that pile-on. It does not make the environment any safer. It simply uses surf life saving as a prop in a political feud. Northern Beaches residents are tired of this kind of toxic politics. We've consistently voted out at federal, state and local levels. We want representatives who work together, listen to the people in the water and focus on practical solutions that help us feel safe getting back into the ocean after a tragedy. I ask that you reject this motion, stop the bullying and get back to the real job, honouring Mercury's legacy by making our beaches safe for everyone to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now, councillors, as we move into items by exception, I would ask you to be mindful of whether it is absolutely necessary to call out an item if the officer's recommendation is sound. I'll also be providing an opportunity for notices of motion to go by exception. If you wish to call out a nom, please do so when I go through the items shortly. Okay. Councillors, I'll call out every item one by one and you can advise me if you'd like to call the item out. Item 7.1, which is the mayoral minute, condolences to families and friends. 8.1, Northern Beaches Discretionary Fund.
Yes. Oh, no, sorry. I'll call out 9.2.
Sorry, I'm not up to that yet. So 8.1. Okay. 9.1. Councillor Beaujard, your light's on?
Not for this one.
Not for that one? Okay. 9.2.
Yes.
Okay, I have a number of lights on. Yes, I'm looking at lights and at hands, and there's lights on and hands up. Okay.
So who's called it?
I've got you down, Miranda, Councillor Causey and Councillor Dillon. So I'm gathering there's probably some amendments. Which is my guess. 10.1, Community Safety Committee.
Sorry, Mayor, I understood Councillor Beaujard's light was on too. Were you?
I said not for that one.
No. 10.1, Community Safety Committee. 11.1. 11.1, Deputy Mayor Bingham.
Just a question of the staff, if I may. So if we put this out on public exhibition, when will it go out? Because we're obviously facing the Christmas period.
Mr Dickinson.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. Just the intention is if it is adopted this evening for public exhibition, we wouldn't commence that until late January, early February, once we'd passed the holiday period.
Okay, 12.1, Fire and Rescue New South Wales Inspection Report. 13.1, Proposed Road Reserve Closure and Purchase of Council Land at Cromer. 14.
Yes, please.
Point 1. (17.1). 17.2, Mackerel Beach Wharf upgrade. 17.3. Anyone else want to go for 17.4 before Councillor Causey does? Okay. 17.5. Okay, I'll now ask staff to put those on the screen. Okay. If you can just give me a moment while I try and line up who's called out what. Miranda Causey, 17.2, Miranda Causey, 17.3, Miranda Causey. 17.4, Miranda Causey. So, according to my list, first one up is our mayoral minute, called out by Councillor De Luca. Oh, sorry. Could you please vote on all the items that you've just decided that you don't want called out? Do we have them? Okay, well, I'm double confirming. Let's put it this way. Unanimous. Thank you. Right. Helps. Councillor De Luca. Yes, and that they were moved and seconded and everybody's happy. So now we're on to the mayoral minute, item 7.1.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I have an amendment to the mayoral minute, and I'll read it, but it has been submitted to governance. That Council 1 notes, A, with great sadness, the terrorist attack on Sunday, 14 December 2025 at Bondi Beach, resulting in the murders of 15 innocent people and injuries to many, with over 29 hospitalised. B, on 15 December 2025, the New South Wales Government, issued a formal statement, and I quote, "This incident was designed to target Sydney's Jewish community on the first day of Hanukkah, which should have been a night of peace and joy. Incidents targeting our Jewish communities have no place in our society. Hate and violence will not be tolerated." C. Several surf lifesavers and lifeguards raced to help victims while shots were being fired by the terrorists and are being lauded as unsung heroes in the media and by the public. D. Emergency service workers and members of the public heroically risked their own lives to save members of the public. And E. Surf Lifesaving New South Wales CEO Steve Pearce has advised in the media that his members are suffering great trauma and most of their equipment used to help the victims will need to be replaced. 2, that Council A writes to the Mayor of Bondi, Councillor Will Nimesh, and the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies, expressing the Northern Beaches' deepest sympathy and condolences on the tragic loss of 15 innocent lives, to the families and loved ones of the deceased, and best wishes to those who have sustained injuries. B, affirms its opposition to anti-Semitism, extremism and radicalisation in Australia. C, publishes on Council's website and social media the links to where blood can be donated to support those injured in hospital, the New South Wales Online Condolences book, and where donations can be made to Surf Lifesaving New South Wales. And 3, acknowledges and commends all first responders and members of the community that acted heroically, saved lives and attended on the victims of the Bondi terrorist attack.
Okay, thank you, Councillor De Luca. Just a question. I'm happy for most of it, but I suppose I've already been communicating with the Mayor of Bondi. In fact, there's, the Mayor of Waverley for Bondi area.
Change that to Waverley.
Yeah.
His
and
Bondi ward.
Yes, and actually there is a grouping shortly of mayors and whatever, trying to make sure that we all get together to support Councillor Nimesh. And also I'm just wondering, I understand the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies, but from my understanding of listening to the radio, there's other Jewish groups as well. I'm just not sure, should we be including others as well or just those?
The New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies are the main organisation in the state, recognised as the state, and Mr Osso has been the spokesperson for, unfortunately, this sad, tragic event.
Yeah. So, considering I've already been writing to Councillor Nimesh, do we really need to? I mean, I've already communicated with him at least twice, plus there'll be people seeing him on Thursday, so...
I think it'd be nice to come from the whole council and for him to know that the entirety of the elected body actually is sending its well wishes.
Yeah. So, I'm happy to incorporate that into my mayoral minute and have you as a seconder.
Yes.
Yeah, but...
If it's an amendment, though, you can have a seconder. Yeah. No, I've seconded it, thanks. Are you going to speak and then I'll speak?
I have some words, but not many.
I'm happy to speak. Tonight we gather, shocked and saddened by the largest terrorist attack ever experienced in our great nation, Australia. Our hearts are broken, and any decent person has nothing but sympathy for the victims and those that acted to help the victims on Sunday. 15 innocent people, ranging from 10 to 87 murdered by 2 evil terrorists full of hate and extremism. Sadly, over 29 are in hospital, with many critical and seriously injured. As the New South Wales government statement outlined, and I've already referred to, hate and violence will not be tolerated. We saw the best of Australians. We saw heroism and true Australian selflessness take on the faces of evil on Sunday. These very brave Australians are to be commended in the highest way. 2 of the first that confronted the terrorists tragically died after being shot. The gentleman that threw a projectile at the terrorist to scare him away was also shot dead, and the man that wrestled the gun off one of the terrorists is seriously injured, as we all know. This was not just an attack on Australia's Jewish community, but an attack on Australian values, our liberties, and indeed our way of life. In our great country, we cannot tolerate extremism, radicals or fanaticism in any way, and this must be stamped out. The Premier of Victoria has today announced that she will allocate $1.8 million to combat this radicalisation. However, all levels of government, and particularly our federal government, need to do much, much more to ensure security of our people and nation's safety, and that Australia has laws that support security agencies to target efficiently and expeditiously terrorists, their organisations and protesters and members of the community that support such extremism. Enough is enough. Former Prime Minister John Howard, AC, OAM, did an admirable job in introducing strict gun laws in 1996. But I agree with him that a failure to quell rising anti-Semitism has led to this. I also agree that other acts leading up to this, such as the protest on the Harbour Bridge and the disgraceful comments we saw from protesters at the Opera House, have also led to this. We need to stand as a united community against this evil. We need to stop this, and we, at a local government level, need to show our support to these victims, but also the Jewish community at large.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Causey, or I will hop in.
Do you want to speak first?
You can speak and then I'll speak last, hopefully.
I just have a small amendment that I'd like to add. Councillor De Luca may be happy to accept it. That somewhere high up in the motion that we add that we recognise, the council recognises the bravery of the bravery of the man who wrestled the gun from the Bondi Beach attacker, Ahmed Al-Ahmed.
You happy with that?
Yes, that's fine. And in the speech, I note that I did recognise him as well as all others, particularly those first two that were shot dead.
Councillor Harvey.
Just another small amendment. I wonder if in point 5 we could also affirm our opposition to Islamophobia, as I've been seeing a lot of that online in the wake of this horrible incident as well.
Okay, that's not accepted. Councillor.
Madam Mayor, point of order.
Point of order.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I believe it's your motion. And
Yes, but I'm happy to. Just at the moment, because I'd eventually want to get to say something myself, but if everyone's adding a little bit and taking away, Councillor Glanville, sorry, I was taken aback by a particular sign there.
I'll keep it brief. When terrible things like this happen, I particularly like the Mr. Rogers quote about looking for the helpers. And we saw a very bad thing happen, but we also saw the good of humanity and Australians, of all of the people who ran into danger, some of them police officers who were trained and some of them ordinary people and volunteers, people who were shop owners, people who were, in the days afterwards, have broken 2 Red Cross records for 50,000 people signed up to donate blood, and then they also separately broke their record for the most numbers of blood donations in a single day. Often we focus on the bad guys, but I'd like to say that we had the best of humanity also on display in caring for their community members, a woman who shielded a stranger's child from being shot. We talk about the bad guys, but There are far more of us who care about each other and want to look after one another, and we should focus on supporting one another.
Okay, thank you. I will just, as the original mover, now have a right of reply, and I said it wouldn't be long. I agree with what Councillor Glanville just said. It's really obvious as I go around the community every day to at least 3, 4, 5, 6 events. This topic obviously is something that is on top of everyone's mind, and it has really understandably shocked people grieving, and as that grief moves, of course, there's anger and other emotions that we as humans move by and through. But one thing I will say that makes you, I think, innately proudly Australian, no matter what your cultural background is when there is a crisis, the way that the community come together and actually are the best of who they are and can't wait to help as much as they can. So whether it's the blood donations, it's whether it's the selfless acts out there and the many, many commemorations that I suspect are going to be happening in the next few weeks. I want to absolutely make sure that the Waverley community know, as another beach community, that the Northern Beaches really understands what it's like to go through grief. We've had our own grief incident here very recently. We know what trying to look out for our community means, and I totally have been messaging Councillor Namesh about making sure that he also has the support that he needs, and if there's anything he needs from us to support his community through the grief that they're going to be going through. So with that, I'd like to put this forward to a vote. And thank you very much on such a sad occasion. All those in favour, declare that carried unanimous. Thank you. All right. Item 9.2. I need my piece of paper here because I suspect there's going to be a lot of people talking to this one. But Councillor De Luca, you pulled it out.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I move that the existing, that Council adopt the Northern Beaches Council Code of Meeting Practice 2025 Code at Attachment 1, with the code to come into effect on 1 January 2026, with the exception of A, if the amendment that I sent to governance could be brought up, please. A, at A1.2, the public forum will be held in council chambers from 6 p.m, 7 days prior to an ordinary meeting. Change that so it now reads, the public forum will be held in council chambers prior to an ordinary meeting of council from 5:15 p.m. and close strictly at 5:45 p.m. B, delete the non-mandatory clause that provides an option for the chairperson to be granted authorisation to expel any person, including any councillor, from a council or committee meeting, noting that even Councillor Hines, as Mayor, didn't agree with that, and I thank her for writing to the Minister for Local Government about that. And C, replace 14 days with 8 days, being 3.10. A councillor may give notice, and I think that's self-explanatory. And 2, note its opinion that the amendments to the draft code are not substantial and it may adopt the amended draft code without public exhibition as its code of meeting practice.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Singh. All right, questions of the staff? Anyone got any questions of the staff?
Thank you. Just in relation to the actual report, I note, just let me get the reference up, sorry. In the actual attachment booklet, I note that as a result of the community consultation, it clearly stated that the overwhelming amount of submissions opposed any changes to the public forum and much of the non-mandatory code of meeting practice. And I quote, findings, and this is by the staff. The overwhelming sentiment is negative, with many submissions describing the changes as anti-democratic and a threat to free speech and community participation. There is also a perception that moving the public forum to a week before the council meeting will create a disconnect between community input and decision making, end quote. Could I please ask the General Manager why he and his staff, in view of that finding by staff, recommended not to maintain the code and particularly the public forum?
Through you, Chair, yes, we did review the feedback that came in from those individuals. The report has proposed that the draft document as exhibited does remain the same from an operational and logistical basis. We appreciate it as ultimately for the council to decide, but from a staff perspective, the ability for as many people to participate in that public forum as contemplated by the Code of Meeting Practice would be on a night that gives it additional time and doesn't have a closed fixed end date because of the requirements of the comp on the ordinary council meeting itself.
In relation to council staff's findings that some hold a view that council has misrepresented the mandatory components of the model code of meeting practice by removing the public forum from the council meeting, and that, again, the community has said loud and clearly that they wish to maintain the public forum on the night of a council meeting, why have staff ignored our community?
Through you, Chair. So of the many hundreds of people that reviewed, we did have I think it was 70-something that you mentioned, Councillor, people that engaged, and we did note in the report that the majority of them had concerns with the date of the timing of the public forum. We did try to articulate and be clear in this follow-up report to recognise the feedback from the community where they felt the mandatory provisions had been used or misrepresented in the initial staff report. So we wanted to be very clear to say the mandatory provisions prevent it being part of the council meeting, but it is staff who are recommending the change in date as opposed to having it on the same day but separate to the council meeting. So we're open in that suggestion, and it returns to the concept of allowing maximum community and councillor participation was why it was proposed. We acknowledged it wasn't what the community, those people who opted in to reply, had said. We still saw it as the best opportunity to enable a longer time period for community to participate.
I thank you for your answer, but noting your advice that you acknowledge that the community don't want a change, why then would you take it upon yourselves as non-elected representatives to make a recommendation which is against our community's interests?
Madam Mayor, I will ask that before the COO answers that question, there is not an inference to council staff not having regard to the community. The report indicates council staff's view and advice, and I'm unable to ask the COO to answer any questions that has an inference that we have not had regard to the community.
Okay, count the questions. I'm still on questions.
There was an answer coming to some of
sorry,
that question.
I just see all the lights coming on, so I'm kind of trying to make sure that if everyone's putting on their lights, it is for questions, because that's where we still are, okay?
So is there anything to answer there, Ms Loveridge?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not passing on questions that make an inference to staff of that nature.
Therefore, I would ask you, Mr General Manager, specifically, What is the point of having consultation when you ignore our community?
Point of order.
Councillor Harvey, was that a point of order?
Yes, it is. 10.21, councillors put questions directly, succinctly and without argument. I'm pretty sure Ms Loveridge made herself pretty clear. Pressing with the same line of questioning is out of order.
In accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice, may I reply to the point of order, Madam Mayor?
Okay, so no, I will rule on that point of order straight away and say that, yes, I agree with what Councillor Harvey is saying, that asking the same questions and ask that we just move on to a different question.
That was a different question. It was about the efficacy of community consultation and council staff taking that consultation into due consideration.
Okay.
So that's why I don't believe the point of order was correct.
All right, well, I disagree that it is because I have a different opinion. So thank you.
Could
Do
you
you have
please,
any other questions?
not at this stage, but I might come back to more.
Thank you. All right, so I had Councillor Causey. Was that a question? Okay. Councillor Beaujard, was yours a question?
Yes, a number of questions, if I could, Madam Mayor. Question through you to staff. First of all, how long did the public part of this meeting take today? And on average, and you can be rough here, how long do we spend in our meetings hearing from the public normally this year?
Through you, Chair, it obviously varies each month, but potentially around an hour, sometimes further, depending on the extent of the agenda, noting there can be 2 for and 2 against each agenda item.
Thank you. And another question, understanding that some councillors take amendments through staff for review, and you guys would see a whole bunch of amendments come through. How long does it take from a councillor coming up with an amendment to a motion and that actually going through, being reviewed and being available to give to governance?
Through you, Chair, I don't think I could provide an average estimate for something like that. I'm sorry.
All right, no worries at all, but more than a couple of minutes, I assume.
Through you, Chair, yes.
Thank you very much. So my understanding, and probably don't have to answer this, the 30 minutes proposed for the public parts of the meeting would probably not be enough to encompass the depth of community feeling that we have at most of our meetings this year.
I personally would say it depends on whether we have the forum and the public address, because at the moment we have both together and that can take an hour to an hour and a half. So anyway, I get your point.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm sure you'd agree that the public are intelligent enough to put the items they want to speak about and assign them to items on the agenda quite happily. We see that quite often, correct?
Okay, thank you. Any other questions before I go to the mover to speak? Okay, Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This motion, just to clarify, is actually to address items on the agenda. I thought it was a fair compromise, and I was going to move a subsequent motion that we have a different, because you cannot call it a public forum, I understand. So I was going to move a different amendment if this was successful or not, that we have a general voices of the community forum as well. This is to ensure that people can address on agenda items on the night of the actual meeting. The reason why it is limited to 30 minutes is because presently it's more or less limited to 30 minutes anyway in relation to the address on items. It ensures that the meeting as required under the mandatory provisions is not interfered with in any way by the addresses, and that it finishes 15 minutes beforehand. And I think it ensures also that our community gets a fair opportunity to speak on items. The overwhelming feedback from our community is that they wish for both the addresses on items and the public forum to be on the same night as a council meeting. We wouldn't have been able to hear the young man from Bushcare tonight if this current code was in place. And I think that's very sad. There are many people in the community that certain councillors disagree with vehemently. However, we live in a democracy. We live with the right and the liberty to actually say what we feel is necessary. And that is the community's right, and they feel that that right is being taken away from them. Other councils are maintaining their equivalence of public forums and address on items on the same night. I am disappointed that this recommendation has come about, particularly because of the overwhelming community consultation feedback. And if council continues to ignore feedback from our community, people will just stop. Now, I hope that's not the intent, to discourage our community from having its say. But I would ask all councillors to vote for this motion because it seeks an even balance to ensure that our community is heard and ensure democracy.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Singh, do you want to add anything as the seconder?
No, Madam Mayor, thank you.
Okay. Any other councillors would like to speak to this?
Madam Mayor, I'm just foreshadowing a motion that we go back to the original motion should this amendment be lost.
Okay, noted.
Sorry, I had my
Councillor
mic on.
Causey, we're moving into debate now.
Yes, so I was also going to foreshadow a motion, another amendment, if this one failed. However, I'd be happy if Councillor De Luca was prepared to take my points into his amendment, because most of them are fairly similar. I've got a couple of extra ones. But with the forum, I would suggest it starts at 6 p.m. and finishes at 6:45, because I think that a lot of councils aren't going to be able to make it at 5:15. So I wonder if governance could bring up the points from my amendment, please.
Okay, Councillor Dillon, I have your light on. If you could switch it off so that Councillor De Luca can actually speak, great.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just in relation to the time, the only reason I put that time, Councillor Causey, is the Office of Local Government have been pretty clear that it can't impede the commencement of the meeting, the actual council meeting. That would mean a 7 o'clock start for if I accept your 6:45 amendment, that would mean the meeting starts at 7 p.m, so 15 minutes in between.
Yeah.
So just asking the General Manager, would you be vehemently opposed to a council meeting starting at 7 p.m?
We're never going to finish.
On administrative and operational purposes?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, councillors, I'd only remind you of whether or not you wish to have a break at that time of night, given the time you'll arrive and leave.
So, Councillor De Luca, kind of need a yes or a no.
I'm happy to change the time then of the commencement. Councillor Causey, are you happy with 6 p.m to 6:45, and then that gives councillors a 15-minute break.
Yep,
Okay,
absolutely.
and then I'm not opposed to having 2 council meetings a month, but I don't think the floor supports that.
I've cleared that with staff already.
Sorry?
I've already cleared it with staff. That
Other councillors.
they can vote on it.
Well, if mine goes down, you can put this one up.
How about we do it like in
Okay,
seriatim?
and then I was going to, just in relation to C, I'm more than happy to accept. In relation to the recording of votes. And sorry, can we go back up to Councillor Cawsey's proposal? And then to, I'm happy to accept. And then I should probably change my actual motion so as to give it more clarity that it's not a public forum that I'm proposing, it's speaking on agenda items. Yeah. So A1.2, yeah, that's good. Are you happy with that, Councillor Singh? Yep. Councillor Causey, are you happy with that insofar as...
Where's that?
So just what I've got so far. So I've accepted most of your proposals, but I think the 2 ordinary meetings a month, which I don't think the councillors will support.
I think we should give the councillors an opportunity to support it, and we can ask for it to be voted on in seriatim.
Are councillors prepared to vote on this motion in seriatim if
Sorry,
I move a procedural motion?
Councillors, I'll ask you, but I will also tell you it in my opinion, because it seems like we have a lot of discussion between 2 councillors here. I'd like to remind you that I am the chair, so thank you. At the end of the day, councillors, are you interested in doing in seriatim on this? Okay, can I have hands up? If you are interested. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. So
Okay,
no.
so I'll leave that bit and you can move it in a subsequent.
So if we can still move into debate, if you've actually accepted this now?
Yes.
Okay.
So the only substantive change that I haven't accepted has been the holding of 2 public meetings per month and 2 public forums per month. I've accepted that the voting at council meetings be recorded, and I think that's essential. And also I've accepted that staff prepare options for an open public forum to be held separately to council meetings to be presented to the first council meeting in 2026.
Okay, so do any councillors have anything to add to this? Because I would like to actually speak to it personally.
I'm just wondering, Councillor De Luca, would you also accept, if you could scroll down please, governance, the provision under H, which is just ensuring that members of the public can raise questions and complaints in forum, and also that speakers who are not present can have their speeches read by staff. Would you consider accepting those as well?
I understood that the raising of questions and complaints is contrary to the existing code of meeting practice, so it's nothing new, and I think that's a mandatory provision, is it?
No, I don't think so.
Through you, Chair, that doesn't change.
Okay, so as we're moving into debate, and you've worked out that it's mandatory, I'd like to speak.
There's one more.
No, I'm actually in debate now, Councillor Causey, I'm sorry. So I'd like to just add some commentary about why I'm against this, for a number of reasons. I'm very aware Councillor Causey has always wanted 2 meetings a month, and totally
Madam Mayor,
understand.
just a point of order. I haven't included the 2 meetings per month.
Oh, have you taken that out?
Yes.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
yeah.
I will continue. What I would like to see, and totally understanding that these meetings, as we know, go on very, very long. So even though we start at 6 and we have an hour to an hour and a half of public forum and public address, I would like to see those 2 still stay, but not on the same night. If we have to start at 6 and finish by 10 with an extra half an hour of 10:30 at night, I think that's actually healthier for a lot of councillors who actually are all working the very next day. And I think that that is a good work health and safety aspect. But I don't have an issue, since instead of getting the papers 1 week ahead, where we're all scrambling like mad to read, as soon as the public get the papers, that's when we get the papers too. So no matter what we're doing, we're all trying to make sure that we're reading all the detail in those papers. I like the idea that we now get the papers 2 weeks in advance. That gives us 2 whole weekends to actually get our head around things. And at the time, if we get the papers a week in advance and we read them, at the time, in the following week, if we could have both a public address and public forum, even though they're no longer allowed to be called that. One is the one we have to have by law, the other one we can call something else, because I do believe that it's actually due to the different topics that the public bring to us is what makes council more aware of what the community want to hear from. The fact that they have to only speak to an agenda item really limits the ability to hear of other things that actually need to be heard by the community that we might not be aware of. And I do want to see that kept. But having it, I can understand a week before is an issue, but we're already here every Tuesday night anyway. For us, for most of us, Tuesdays are mandatory for us at council in any way, shape or form. We're normally here every Tuesday night. The only thing I would add to that is that if councillors then get the chance to read the papers, hear what the community think, and then have another week before we go to council and actually can ask more questions in between, I think that's a great opportunity for us, because I do look at it and think if the community, together with the forum, takes an hour to hour and a half, I really see an opportunity to start at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on a Tuesday. To me, it's too early. It's not the right time if we've got a council meeting immediately afterwards. However, if it started at 6 o'clock the week before, then it doesn't matter that you're working or you've got kids at school, they can still come. That's my concern, that doing it from 4 o'clock, yes, but I don't believe that we would get through a council meeting as fast as we would all like it to be, personally. Okay, I've said my piece in way too long, apologies. I next have up Councillor Glanville and Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you. I'd like to speak in favour of this amendment. And I note for those of interest that the Greens in the Upper House of New South Wales Parliament have lodged a notice to disallow the amendment that is to the regulation that is foisting these changes upon us, and that will be debated in February. And so to my Libertarian colleagues, friends, fellow residents, please commend to your Upper House MPs to support that, and any Liberal Party people in the chamber. I understand it could have the numbers a number of councils and councillors are very concerned about the changes which are being implemented through the state government's changes to the model code. I think that we've heard pretty amply from the public forum what those issues are, that people really value being able to speak in the council chamber to the decision makers before a decision is made. I think while we can point the finger about some of the changes in this code to the state government, we have a choice about how we structure the public forum where people speak on agenda items. And over the 4-year period I've been a councillor, I feel that during most of that time, residents have taken very seriously that opportunity and have had valuable things to say. Sometimes I agree, sometimes I don't. But I think the proximity of timing between hearing from them and make that decision is actually a really valuable thing. I think that it's valuable for us to record the votes. I think that that's a really important change because I think it promotes transparency and accountability in recording how people voted. We should be prepared to stand by how we voted, and the administrative burden on calling for how votes are recorded, I think, is a minor cost of living in a democracy where there's accountability and record keeping about how those decisions are made. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to speak against this motion in front of us at the moment. There's a couple of things we missed. And goodness, we're good at talking about ourselves, aren't we? And the two big motions tonight are all about us and not actually about the public of the Northern Beaches and actually making the Northern Beaches better, which beggars belief, to be honest with you. Anyway, in this amendment, we miss out, the key thing that I think is going to really hurt us democratically, which is councillors being briefed on the matters of the day. The issue we're going to have with that is we don't get input from staff on what's going on. We need to spend more time reading the papers and understanding it more deeply. So papers coming in 2 weeks before makes sense to me. I want to talk about public forum and public address as we have them now. When we have our, and I probably get the terms wrong, but I'll try and get them right. The first bit of, when we have our public forum when anybody can speak about anything, we limit that to 10 speakers. So 30 minutes roughly, 10 speakers can speak, that doesn't grow. When we talk about talking to matters in the agenda, we allow 2 for and 2 against of any agenda item. Now, if the community's engaged with the papers and engaged with the agenda, that's not going to be 30 minutes, that's not going to be 45 minutes. That could run really longer. The reason of having it the week before is so we don't have to impose a time limit, so that we have a week to read the papers. The public can speak to us as many as they like on items of the agenda, and then we can take that information and consider it. And I want to use an example from tonight. There were a couple of speakers tonight where I went, wow, that's really interesting information, but I can't research it. I can't ask staff. I can't create an amendment. I don't have time to get it in front of governance. I can't make a difference. If I hear from somebody in a public address about an item and they bring up something that's actually right and they want us to do something about, with that week's gap, we can research it, get the amendment right, convince our peers they need to do that. Those addresses can actually affect change. The addresses we hear just before the meeting are nice. There's some political theatre around it sometimes. We can mention them in our speeches we've already written, but we're not actually moving forward and making change. So I am in favour, not of this amendment, but probably doing our public forum and public address the week before, allowing it to go as long as it needs to for the community, being able to affect change. And my wife was saying to me today, you spend seven and a half days in and around the council meeting only talking about council. I do that every month. That has an impact on my family and my business. 2 meetings a month would just be a killer. It would be all I'd talk about. So I think I'll just wrap that up there, but that's my views and I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Causey.
Yes, look, I'd first of all like to thank Councillor De Luca for accepting clauses from my amendment into his. I really appreciate that. I do regret not having the provision for 2 meetings per month. I think what everyone's forgetting is that if we have 2 meetings per month, we'll have half the number of motions, certainly to begin with, and hopefully going forwards, but half the amount of business that we would be required to prepare. And I really cannot see too many councillors picking up too many points and moving them forwards. I think we will lose the connection between the public forum and what people are telling us and the meeting and how we vote, and I think that's a very unfortunate occurrence. I do believe we could make our own code much stronger despite the best efforts of Ron Hernig, the local government minister, who's a former mayor of Botany Council, and I think this is his way. I believe it's this code is his way of reading the Riot Act to both staff, councils and the community. And it's shutting down a lot of public debate and transparency. I note that that MPs at both state and federal level are able to get private briefings, so yeah, I don't know why we aren't. And yeah, we've already talked about the public submissions, that it's clear to me that the public actually wants a public forum held immediately before the council meeting, and you know, the one submission after another said that. I also believe councillors are more likely to attend the public forum if it's immediately before a meeting, because they'll be required to be at the meeting. And yeah, but I do not see how we'll get through all the business in 1 meeting per month if we did that. So if we only have 1 meeting, so I think this, I think the current formula is probably unworkable, or the current amendment. I do support the CEO's recommendation for meetings ending at 10:30 on OH&S grounds. I did forget to mention for the amendment that I believe we should have a second 10-minute break, because I think 4.5-hour meeting with one 10-minute break is completely ridiculous. Yeah, so what else was there? Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, procedural motion, if I may. We've had 2 for and 2 against. I move that the motion now be put.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we'll put the motion to the vote.
The procedural motion first,
Procedural
and
motion.
then I get a right of reply.
No. No.
It's not an amendment. I've moved it as a motion, so therefore I get a right of reply.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, can I confirm that Councillor Bingham has a foreshadowed original
Yes.
staff recommendation?
Yes, I do.
Yes, there's a foreshadowed motion from the Deputy Mayor and also from Councillor Causey, but Councillor Causey has now tried to integrate hers into Councillor De Luca's. Right, yes. Yep, sorry, just waiting for it to come up.
He hasn't had his right
Oh, okay, Councillor De Luca, your right of reply. Yeah,
Thanks,
sorry,
Councillor
sorry.
Bajot. I think
Just
she's
stop
got it.
there. Sorry, stop there for a moment. That the motion now be put. All those in favour? Councillor Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Arobins, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself. Those against? Councillor Harvey. Declare that carried. And now the right to reply. Sorry, Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just want to make it clear, the meeting is not starting at 4 p.m. The provision of this motion is that it the forum starts at 6 p.m. and ends at 6:45 p.m, giving all speakers an appropriate amount of time. This will dictate to the General Manager how many items go on the agenda to ensure that members of the public can actually speak. I want to also clear up that it is not providing for 2 meetings a month. Furthermore, if this is defeated, you will more or less have 2 meetings per month, having the ordinary meeting and then what your equivalent will be of a public forum. However, as we have heard, the community believe, and I agree with them, that they will be considerably disenfranchised if they have to speak a week out from a council meeting and not on the night of the council meeting. Councillors are or should be competent enough to be able to take in concerns raised by the community on the night of a council meeting and act accordingly. It has been done for time immemorial in local government. In relation to the briefings, the only reason why the briefings are changing is because that was a recommendation of the Independent Commission Against Corruption. It was found that certain councillors were adversely using their powers to influence others, and staff too were using their powers adversely on other councillors to get votes
Councillor Deluca,
through.
point of order.
Councillor Beaujard, what's your point of
sorry.
order?
I think people may assume that Councillor Deluca is imputing improper motive of councillors and staff in the Northern Beaches Council. Could he clarify it was other councils, not us?
I refer you to the ICAC's recommendations. The ICAC's recommendations.
Okay, councillors. Overall, just move on. Councillor Deluca, you got 1 minute and 1 second left.
Thank you. It is an important issue that the ICAC found that councils, and I think I made that pretty clear, should not be holding closed-door briefings where members of the public do not know what's going on, because unfortunately, decisions were being made at certain councils behind closed doors, even though the Code of Conduct said decisions should not be made at briefings. I think that this council will suffer considerably should it move its public forum, or whatever you want to call it, to another night. It is also labour intensive on elected representatives, and I do feel this is not in the public interest and that we are ignoring. So those councillors that vote against this are ignoring what the community wants. And I would remind councillors that we are here to listen to and actually act upon what the community wants.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor Deluca, Councillor Singh. Those against, Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Robins, Councillor Dillon and myself. Did I miss someone? Oh, and Councillor Causey. Declare that lost. So with the foreshadowed original motion from the Deputy Mayor.
I've also got a foreshadowed motion.
I've also got an amendment to the Deputy Mayor's.
So I suggest we see Councillor Dillon's amendment on this motion.
Addition, I think it might be.
Yeah.
And while we're waiting, Councillor Causey, you said you have a motion. Do you mean an amendment?
Okay.
So through you, Madam Mayor.
So would you be the seconder?
Yes.
The internet connection is unstable. That's always a bit of a concern. So, Councillor Dillon, do you want to...
Yep. Further to the original motion and recommendation, I'd like to put forward that Council 1 adopt the Northern Beaches Council Code of Conduct of Meeting Practice 2025 Code at Attachment 1, with the code to come into effect on the 1st of January 2026. And 2, to establish a monthly community engagement forum separate from the public forum referred to in Class 4 of the Code of Meeting Practice, to be held on the same evening as that public forum for councillors to hear from the members of the public on items not on the council meeting agenda for a trial basis of 6 months.
Okay. I suppose questions of the staff. Councillor Harvey.
This might be more of a question to Councillor Dillon. Do you have any specifics of what time this would commence, or any more detail that you could sort of give to clarify this?
It'd be on the Tuesday prior to the council meeting commencing at 6 o'clock.
I guess I'm wondering though what sort of duration. I mean, we had a lot of discussion of starting times and ending times in the previous motion amendment. I'm just wondering if there's a specific time that this will begin on the previous Tuesday.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll be guided by the Mayor and executive staff.
Deputy Mayor.
Okay, I think we suggested 6 o'clock for that meeting.
Yeah.
So I will accept that.
Okay, any other questions, or can I ask the mover to speak?
So there's going to be essentially, for clarification, 2 meetings. One for the agenda under this proposed amendment on the week before. So would that start at 6 p.m. and how long will that go for? And then further to Councillor Harvey's question, then how long will the general public forum, or what are you calling it? Referred to...
Community Engagement Forum.
So what time will that start and when will that conclude?
I think
Because
the
I think
vision, but I
Councillor
mean
Beaujard said
why
go
it
for
is,
it.
why it is as flexible at the moment as it is because, as we know, things are changing, and even with what's going through on at the upper house, anything could change. Trial is 6 months, but the idea still be at 6 o'clock, starting with a community engagement forum, and then with a break, and then a formal, because that's the part that needs to be recorded, is the actual address to the agenda items. That's the actual formal part of the meeting.
And I think Councillor Beaujard said that there'll be no limitation on the amount of speakers. Is that still correct?
I think he spoke out of turn.
I may have been referring to the current Code of Meeting Practice, Madam Deputy Mayor.
There's no restriction. I think there is a restriction in the current Code of Meeting
There will be a
Practice.
restriction, but obviously, I mean, for example, tonight we had 12 people on the waiting list, you know, so it will give a lot more people the opportunity to speak.
Okay. As the mover, do you have anything to say?
I just want to say, Madam Mayor, that I think this is a good compromise. We clearly want to hear from the community. It's not possible to hear from them on the same night because our meetings are very long. So by establishing an alternative Tuesday night, as Councillor Beaujard has already said, we can listen to their comments, we can and decide if it's relevant or not. And also because we have the papers 2 weeks in advance instead of 1 week in advance, it gives us a lot more time to consider everything that needs to be considered rather than rushing it all through on the one night. So I highly commend this motion as a good alternative.
As a seconder,
Madam Mayor, I ask that councillors support this motion. Public engagement and contribution and community consultation and engagement is an important and integral part of our residents having input into the future of their communities. Thank you.
okay. Any other councillors to speak? Councillor Causey, I saw your light was on, and then
yes.
Councillor De Luca. I'm just going to name you so that you know you're on the list, and Councillor Harvey. Right, okay, Councillor Causey.
I'm afraid I'm going to oppose this amendment. I'll just read from one of the submissions that was in the papers. It noted the public interaction at council meetings creates accountability. And I'm paraphrasing here, with councillors required to listen. This would reduce the pressure and responsiveness of councillors at the decisive moment when they were required to vote. We have no choice but to end the public forums in the current form that they're in, but and with public forum, I mean public forum in the sense that we have at the moment, where people can speak on any topic that they choose. I also believe that that is extremely important, but I don't think that this amendment is going to fix all the other problems that we will have in the code that Councillor De Luca and I have already raised.
Okay, thank you. Councillor De Luca. Sorry, so just to let you know, I've got Councillor De Luca, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hernjack and Councillor Glanville all on my list. Right.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll be opposing this as well because it is not what our community wants. Okay. And I remind people here sitting at this desk of decision that multiple submissions express a general belief that the proposed changes, in particular changes to public forum, undermine democratic principles, limit public participation and erode community influence in local government. The overwhelming sentiment is negative, with many submissions describing the changes as anti-democratic and a threat to free speech and community participation. There is also a perception that moving the public forum to a week before the council meeting will create a disconnect between community input and decision making. I think that says it all. And I cannot believe that certain councillors are willing to go against the wishes of our community on such an important matter. We have seen, I acknowledge the interjection, we have seen our public forum and our residents have their say, and like I keep saying, you might not like what they have to say, but we live in a democracy and we must ensure that their democratic rights are protected. I feel that this is very anti-democratic. It is taking away the ability for them to speak to their decision makers on the night that they will make a decision. And that's just not fair. It is anti-democracy and it is not in the public interest. When I've seen in the past, in the Warringah Council days, similar acts to try and quell community opinion, it resulted in a dismissal. Now, Ron Honig, who presided over a council, very small, and had gerrymandered wards for quite some time, ruled that council with an iron fist. He expects this council to act like his council, and that is not a very good way to go. Under the old Warringah days, council was sacked. And I think, particularly knowing that he won't be there for very long, that this council will no longer be protected in its current form by Mr Honig, and that this council will eventually be dismissed because it is becoming dysfunctional. and our community is continually being ignored. And for that, for those councillors that vote against community consultation results, stand condemned.
Thank you, Councillor De Luca. Councillor Harvey.
I'll reserve my right and share the time.
Okay, Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. Could I just clarify that we're now on the original motion and as such amendments or additions would be allowed at this time?
Okay, so we actually have the original motion with an addition already added to it.
Right.
By Councillor Dillon, accepted by Deputy Mayor Bingham.
Would I be able to suggest an additional addition, which is with governance? It's to basically retain our current method of voting, which is done by hands on each motion before the council. I feel it's important that we are recording each councillor's vote on each item in the interest of transparency. And as the speaker tonight, Mr. LaRue, raised, the community want to see how their elected representatives are voting on their behalf. So I might just check with the mover and the seconder if they'd be all right to continue as we do now.
I actually like that idea, but I don't understand what
so those are the parts in the new clause that dictate how we'd have to vote in the new method, which is the, for example, I call a division and then we have to vote after that. So this would just simplify it to what we do now, which I think isn't too difficult for our staff.
We'll just check that, but
Through you, Chair, so just considering clause 18.6 of the Code of Meeting Practice in terms of whether a motion that has been, if a motion that is substantially the same as a motion that's been lost, it can't be considered. So we're just looking at that, noting those additions that were brought in.
Which number is that one?
Just through you, Madam Chair, this is a new substantive motion and it goes to the original recommendation. So the substantive motion is not changing, it's actually the opposite. And all Councillor Hernjack is doing is adding two minor additions. So it's not changing it substantively or substantially.
Okay, so I know that the mover seems to be happy. Councillor Dillon is the seconder.
Yep, I'm happy with that too.
Okay. We're moving on. Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. I feel conflicted because I think that recording the votes is a good improvement. I think having a forum to hear from the community on more general matters that aren't agenda items is a good improvement. But I remain concerned about splitting the meetings, as I personally have found it valuable to hear from the community on the day of the meeting. I understand the point made by my colleagues that we're here on the other Tuesday anyway, but I would prefer that, but I do think that these are at least improvements on, as I said last meeting, what is a pretty sucky set of amendments foisted on us by the state government.
Okay, thank you. I will add a comment to this as well, to say, and I'll reflect back on what Councillor De Luca said, because yes, previous councils were sacked, but so were previous councils down in the area. Let's put it this way, had certainly lots of investigations in them, even the very old councils that are around. I'm keeping it deliberately vague because obviously nobody likes to have their council mentioned, but I just will say that I thank God that the old days that I'm sure people reminisce about, the wonderful old days of old councils. I'm kind of grateful that we have moved into more modern times now. The fact that there are certain things I think I know we all agree that we don't like, and certainly aware that from the local government conference that we went to, that many councils across New South Wales are unhappy with a whole heap of these mandatory changes that are on us, including the ability for councillors to join in online, which, as was mentioned earlier by somebody, is absolutely true, by Mr LaRue, I think it was, that it articulates that you can only be online if it's an unexpected health issue. But for all the mothers and carers out there, you know you have to be with that person. You're not always in an area of unexpected health issues to be able to do that. I just think for people who are now used to joining online when they need to, nobody here is taking advantage of that. I think we all use it as we need to, and most councillors have, and that ability of flexibility is huge. So there is a whole heap about this that we're not happy about, but trying to make sure that we're not finishing at incredibly late at night, when obviously people think better if they have a finish time, and 10:30 I think is very reasonable. And I just want to say I do support this. And it's a trial for 6 months. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. We can change it. Councillor Hackman, I had your light on.
Thank you, Mayor. I commend this motion because I think it strikes the right balance between what the community is asking for. And what the community is asking for, as I understand it, is to be listened to be acknowledged, respected, and for us to really hear what pain points they are going through. I'm a little bit disappointed in the community engagement because despite having 20,000 community engagement newsletters distributed, as well as a weekly e-news for our council weekly email to 56,000 subscribers, we actually only had 71 responses on Your Say and 2 emails. So we're not getting the kind of engagement that I think we really need, and as councillors we really value from our community. And I think that this motion by Councillor Bingham and Councillor Dillon will really help to heal some of the pain that the community are feeling, because they'll be able to have a longer period of time to hear from the community, to digest what they're saying, to gain consensus from our colleagues about what we should do, how we can provide solutions, and also to allow us to have clarity of mind to be able to make some really complex decisions. And as we all know, it does get very late and things get a little bit busy and heated. And I think the community would have more confidence in us being able to digest what they're saying and to represent them. I agree with what Mayor Hines said about other councils, and I think that they are feeling that these are outdated changes imposed on us by the state government without enough consultation, just like our planning laws. So we are all councils are trying to shoehorn in a solution, and I think that this motion is an amazing compromise, and I would like to commend Councillor Hernjack specifically for adding the transparency of how we vote, because not only is it important for councillors to hear from their community and represent them well, but also to show them and demonstrate that we are acting in their best interests. And I think that this will restore confidence in our community and trust in our hardworking council. So I commend this motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bourgeat.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think councillors will recall when we discussed our community engagement strategy, many councillors expressed concern not just on how our community engagement was done, but what the results really meant. And council moved in that meeting to add a very special line at the bottom of community engagement. It's on page 46 of your attachment booklet, and right at the bottom it says, "We note that while this was a survey-style feedback form, it was not a statistically representative survey, and participants opted in to provide feedback." We're taught when we become councillors in our induction by the Office of Local Government to be very careful when looking at results of community consultation. What this really says is out of the 1,276 people who went to the Your Say page, 73, 72, 71, that number, felt strongly enough to put a response. And of the people that put a response, 82% were against it. That doesn't mean 82% of the community don't want this. It means of the really motivated people, 82% don't want it. Statisticians will tell you that means the community is either ambivalent or tacitly approving of our changes. That's been said time and time again at universities up and down this land. It's nothing new. So to weaponize this, saying the community doesn't want it, I think is an incorrect assertion, not based on the science. And I think Deputy Mayor Bingham's work with Councillor Hernjack represents a good way forward to get not just good democracy in here, but also quite good governance. So I again commend this motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you. I'm going to speak against this motion. I think all this toing and froing about what to do with our code of meeting practice really is indicative of a greater issue, which is the time crunch that we're under. No one wants to be finishing no one wants to be finishing meetings at 11:30 at night, and I think most of our residents would agree that it's not in their best interests or ours. I am not supporting this motion before us because I just don't think it addresses some of the key issues that still remain within the Code of Meeting Practice. There are other efforts to sort of quell the amount of time that we're spending on debate, on questions. There's aspects to this motion, to this Code of Meeting Practice, that means that movers can't speak to the motions that they've put before council, and I think we're going in the wrong direction. If we need more time, we should be having 2 meetings a month. I support that notion by Councillor Causey, and I hope that we can go back to that version of that amendment. Yeah, but the public address, I think it's pretty clear that the public want to come here and they want to be heard, and the political climate has changed and will continue to change. If we move it, we're not going to hear different public addresses. It's going to be the same thing. We're still going to be doing 2 meetings a month, but this is a compromise, but it feels like a compromise towards the staff recommendation, not towards what we're hearing from the community. And yeah, furthermore, it's still not addressing half of the things that are wrong with this Code of Meeting Practice. I went and checked, and the mandatory provisions on public forum from the model code are very minimal. So whether or not a speaker can have something read if they're not in person, that was a provision that we supplemented as Northern Beaches Council. Not being able to raise questions and complaints, that was something that we supplemented. And those things are reflected in Councillor Causey's amendment, as well as the voting transparency, as well as the idea that we need to have 2 meetings a month. I think the format of the meeting is fine. I just do not think we have enough time to get through everything. And I think that by trying to shorten debate, to shorten question time, so the Mayor is limiting question time to 10 minutes per motion, I just don't think that we're going the right way about being public servants. It's a lot of energy, it's a lot of effort, but I think that we need another meeting. So I will not be supporting this motion.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Yeah, Councillor Williams moved the motion be put. Madam Mayor.
Okay, councillors. Councillor Williams, sorry. All right.
Madam Mayor, can I foreshadow the original motion, please, just in case?
Okay. right, so we're now voting on the motion be put. All those in favour? Unanimous. Oh, sorry, someone's against. Councillor Hernjack, sorry. So close. So is all for and Councillor Hernjack against. Have we lost you? Okay. All right, perfect. Sorry, just waiting to see those words. So now we're voting on this motion. All those in favour? Councillor, Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Robins, Councillor Dillon and myself. Those against? Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh and Councillor Causey. Declare that carried. Okay, procedural motion now that we have a 10-minute recess. It is now 8:34, so see you at 8:44, 8:45. For those at the back, cup of tea or coffee. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I think we've got most of us back.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion that we move into confidential. There's so many items in confidential that have to be voted on tonight. So I'm suggesting that we move into confidential next.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right. Yeah, councillors, all those in favour of moving into confidential? All right. forever. Okay. 14.1, Councillor. Yep, just waiting for everyone to wander in. Okay. Sorry, folks, for taking that long there. We had a few to get through. Okay, item 14.1, Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, it's my notice of motion. He just called it out.
Yes, just like with my mayoral minute, in all honesty. But, okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment to this
No.
motion that governance have.
If a matter is called out, it just gets debated. It's not for an amendment until it is formally moved. And so I wish to formally move my motion.
Madam Mayor, could we get a ruling on that, please?
Oh, yes, I'm just thinking.
Take your time.
Okay.
It just means it's not dealt with as an in globo matter.
Yep. Okay. You happy with that? Yeah. Okay. All right. Seconded by Councillor Singh.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This is a matter of great public importance because it has greatly offended and caused sadness within our surf lifesaving community. It also involved a false statement. In Councillor Hackman's statement, as we all know, and as confirmed by sound recording, she actually stated that Surfing New South Wales are concerned about that. Surfing New South Wales confirmed in writing on Tuesday, the 2nd of December, Surfing New South Wales has not raised any concern that volunteers are dangerous on jet skis with Northern Beaches Council or anyone else. As Surf Lifesaving New South Wales CEO Stephen Pearce has already outlined publicly, after the recent shark incident at DY, our teams worked closely together on additional water safety measures. Now that is from the CEO of Surfing New South Wales, Mr. Lucas Townsend. So it does concern me that they were just flopped in for a misleading statement and to malign the good work of our selfless volunteer surf lifesavers. No evidence has been ever presented to this council supporting such a serious allegation, and I should point out that I was particularly taken aback with the aggressive and again misleading comments by the two speakers, particularly from the Surfrider Foundation, in that we all know that Longreef Surf Lifesaving Club does provide storage and there's a room provided for that, and that was as part of the new design. I should also point out that Mercury's sister has commented publicly on my Facebook and other social media, both liking this notice of motion and also paying tribute to those who searched for days on the jet skis for her beloved brother. Unless this motion is passed, there will be great concern continued in the community that this council agrees with Councillor Hackman's very misguided and unfounded, excuse me, I'm just choking, unfounded comments. So it's important that we get an apology from Councillor Hackman for her incorrect and false statements, but also that this council writes to Surf Lifesaving as per the motion and affirms its greatest support and confidence. If this motion is not passed in its entirety and its common form, it's a vote against showing confidence and support for Surf Lifesaving.
Thank you. Councillor Singh, do you have anything to add? No? Okay. Any other councillors?
Madam Mayor, I wonder if Councillor De Luca would accept my amendment. I'd like governance to put that up, please.
I speak? One, I think, is factually incorrect because Mr. Pearce actually contacted me asking for a motion in these terms, so I don't think that's factually correct. Can you table any correspondence in that regard?
I can.
Can I see it?
I can send it when I find my phones.
Yep, that'd be good. And then 2 is out of order. So no, I won't be supporting that very politically motivated notice of motion. And again, I say any councillor that votes against my substantive motion shows that they have no confidence in surf lifesaving, and I think that's very poor.
Madam Mayor, point of order.
Point of order.
Councillor De Luca is imputing improper motives on my behalf.
Okay. Supported.
I'd like to
Can we
move
just-
my amendment then, please, Madam Mayor.
Okay. As the mover, you've had your say. Does anyone else want to ask any questions or add anything more to this? Councillor Glanville?
Debate, but
Okay.
I'll let, I think procedurally
Procedurally, I get to move my amendment.
Okay. All right. Amendment seconded by Councillor
Bingham.
Deputy Mayor Bingham.
Ready to go into debate, Madam Mayor?
Absolutely.
Beautiful. Mayor, before I move this amendment, I state for the record, my comments are made in good faith in the execution of my functions under the Local Government Act, Section 731, and also fall within OLG Circular 2511. This began with a mistake by Councillor Hackman. She got it wrong. She owned it. She apologised. That apology was made to and accepted by the CEO of Surf Lifesaving New South Wales the very next morning. The matter was resolved, and that should have been the end of it. What followed was not about accountability. Councillor Hackman was stupid. What followed was despicable. A settled issue was deliberately reopened. A councillor was targeted after an apology had already been made and accepted.
Point of order, Councillor De Luca. Okay, Councillor Glanville. Yep, okay.
Thank you. Councillor Beaujard is committing an act of disorder pursuant to clause 16.5 and making adverse reflections on a councillor, the very thing that he routinely raises points of order against and about, and so I would ask you to draw his attention to his requirements under the code.
In all honesty, Councillor De Luca, I feel like that's exactly what's happening as well with you.
No, well, that's your bias, and you're not entitled to that. You're
okay.
supposed to be a neutral chair with fairness.
Absolutely, and I think I was very fair at the last council meeting, so I do think I can look at this from a very unbiased perspective. So, Councillor Beaujard, just please continue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A councillor was targeted after an apology had already been made and was accepted. That's not scrutiny, it's punishment. And that matters because it reveals a serious failure in how this chamber operates. This amendment's not about individuals, it's about standards, safety and governance. It does 4 things. First, it puts facts on the record. An unreserved apology was made.
On a point of order.
Point of order, Councillor De Luca.
My question is directed to the General Manager. In accordance with the Code of Conduct and Code of Meeting Practice, is clause 4 not out of order? because to allege or infer that a code or that a breach of the Code of Meeting Practice or any other code outside of a formal complaint is out of order.
Okay, thank you, Councillor De Luca. I've already ruled on this.
No.
That this is out
Clause
of order.
4. It is out of order, Clause 4.
No, I'm saying that we can move on from it.
I asked the General Manager to advise whether, in accordance with the code, that's permissible. And if it was not, why has he allowed it on the agenda when the General Manager has the power to exclude any unlawful motions from the agenda?
Okay, thank you, Councillor De Luca. I choose that we will now move on. Councillor Boshart.
I move a dissent to your ruling.
Okay. Councillors, we have a motion of dissent. All those in favour?
No, I need to speak to it, please.
Okay, sorry, explain to
Thank you.
everyone why I've...
I am very concerned about this amendment, and I'm very concerned about the way that it is being conducted. I have not been given notice of any apology, and as I said, the CEO of Surf Life Saving New South Wales was, and up until today, is in full support of my original notice of motion. So an allegation that Councillor Boshart has made, and he's smiling over there, it is unacceptable. It is important that the chair remain fair and completely neutral and have dispassionate neutrality, I should say. It has always been the case that a notice of motion is scrutinised by the General Manager before it goes on the agenda. And that's what was done. And it was permitted on the agenda. So my motion was accepted as lawful. I am concerned that this amendment, there was an attempt to even circumvent my right as the mover originally to have it. And the personal attacks and also the claims in 2 are just ridiculous in the extreme, and not only wrong, but they themselves amount and support evidence of Councillor Boshard's constant harassment and bullying. This must stop. The original motion was about supporting our surf lifesavers, our volunteer selfless surf lifesavers. Lifesavers asked for this motion, and instead of a proper public apology and withdrawal, as usual, the Teals have gone on the attack. And that is unacceptable, Madam Mayor, and you're facilitating that attack from your own party. Now, I know this is very embarrassing to the Your Northern Beaches party, what occurred, but our community deserve a full written public apology published at the meeting. And I contend, and I still contend, that the actual amendment is out of order and it's only being allowed in order to bully and harass the councillor that is sticking up for surf lifesaving. And as I've said before, you keep trying to intimidate me, you keep trying to bully me, you make false allegations, the community know what you do. And this makes you look even worse.
Okay, thank you. Seconder for the motion of dissent? Doesn't need one? Sorry, it was coming up as a highlight. All right. All those in favour of the dissent? Councillor Giltman, Councillor De Luca and Councillor Singh. Those against? Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Boshart, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Robins, Councillor Dillon and Councillor Causey and myself. Declare that lost. Councillor Boshart.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could I get all my time back, or at least some of my time before we were interrupted there, please? Beautiful. Thank you. As I said, Councillor Hackman was stupid. What followed was despicable. Once an unreserved apology was made and accepted, the issue should have been closed. I don't believe that relitigating it serves a legitimate purpose.
Point of order. I don't think calling Councillor Hackman stupid is appropriate.
I will withdraw that, Councillor Causey. So this amendment does four things. It puts the facts on the record. It acknowledges a real work health and safety risk. It seeks a meeting with the Minister for Local Government. The current system, allowing motions like the original ones to be delivered with no effective safeguard, is, in my opinion, a legislative gap, and it needs fixing. And finally, it advises the CEO that, in our opinion, motions which criticise councillors by name or clear inference breach the intent of the Code of Meeting Practice and should not be published in a business paper. This should have been stopped at the gate. So here's the choice before us, councillors. Do we allow this chamber to be used to punish people after an apology has been made and accepted? Or do we draw a line and say this council will not normalise conduct that creates harm, legal risk and a toxic culture? There is no neutral position. I know where I stand.
Okay, thank you. As the seconder, Councillor Deputy Mayor Bingham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've served on council now for more than 13 years, but only half of our councillors have served just over a year. Local government is complicated. There's so much to learn. It has its own rules. It has its own laws. You're expected to be across thousands of pages of agenda each month. Property, governance, environment, town centres, sports facilities, transport, community groups, the list goes on and on. Local government can be brutal. You put up your hand to stand expecting that you will make a difference and contribute to your community. But the system you are expected to operate in is a minefield. It is not for the faint-hearted. Take it from me. We have an example of that tonight. Instead of supporting a less experienced councillor, there is an attempt to shame them for an innocent mistake. The councillor in question already apologised in writing the following day to Surf Life Saving Northern Beaches, and that apology has been accepted. That should be the end of it. We cannot allow for councillors to be named in such a negative and hurtful way in future business papers. It's simply not appropriate. There are numerous other ways that a councillor can be disciplined. Filing a formal complaint is just one. I would like to see the more experienced councillors on this council offer support and understanding to the newbies so that they can be more effective in their role rather than causing unnecessary stress and pain, which this motion, notice of motion, has done.
Okay, thank you.
I wish to speak against the amendment.
Okay, Councillor Glanville's light was on before yours, but Councillor DeLuca, I'll...
No,
definitely...
she can speak.
Yep, Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. I'll speak in favour of this amendment. In my personal view, the original motion was a complaint against an individual councillor, and in my personal view, the process for complaints about individual councillors should be through the complaints process rather than punishing councillors via notice of motion. I don't think it's appropriate, personally, to raise motions about individual councillors' conduct. Motions which target individual councillors, in my opinion, expose council to workplace health safety risks given the psychosocial implications of targeting an individual councillor being perceived by that person as bullying, and a defamation risk for what councillors may say in that debate may result in them having action taken against them by that individual councillor. In any normal workplace, in my day job as a lawyer, at the staff monthly meeting, it would be considered bullying and unprofessional if one staff member was to denounce another staff member in public in front of their colleagues. I really think that we have to demand a better standard of politics and decency towards one another. We all ask ourselves, why don't more women enter politics? Why don't nice, caring people enter politics? Well, I think this kind of motion, the original motion, is why. I thought Councillor Hackman's comment was not well considered, but it has been blown beyond proportion in circumstances where she has already withdrawn and apologised for the comment. I'm disappointed that this motion was on the papers, and I ask respectfully to my colleagues on this bench to please not put a motion of this nature. Again, every meeting there are things that other councillors say that I consider offensive, I consider incorrect, I consider off the mark and inappropriate, but I don't think it's helpful to litigate the comments made by us during debate through notices of motion individually naming and shaming them. There are other forums for councillors to pursue that action. And so again, I just ask for us to not take this ad hominem sort of approach to dealing with matters of disagreement.
Okay, thank you. Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm against the amendment because of the reasons that I've stated. I note again, Surfing New South Wales was implicated in this, and at no time did they make any such statement, whereas Councillor Hackman said they did. There has not been, to my knowledge, an apology to Surf Life Saving Northern Beaches like Councillor Bingham stated, only an alleged apology to the CEO of Surf Life Saving New South Wales. However, I reiterate that the CEO, who I spoke to as late as today, has not acknowledged any apology and has furthermore supported this motion all the way through. In relation to Councillor Glanville's comments about naming certain councillors, I would draw your attention to the numerous notices of motion by Greens councillors and indeed Upper House Greens MLCs, whereby they have named a particular councillor at Lismore Council and called on the Parliament to agree that a code of conduct breach occurred. So I don't understand why it's okay for some Greens to do certain things, but normal people at normal councils to uphold something that's in the public interest. If it was an innocent mistake, it should have been immediately the subject of an apology on the night, and a letter of apology should have been sent to all surf clubs on the Northern Beaches, as well as Surf Life Saving Northern Beaches, as well as Surf Life Saving New South Wales. And that apology, which you're making so much of, should have been published either in the minutes or at least all councillors informed that an apology had been given. To date, there is no evidence of any apology. This created a toxic environment for our volunteers. You're all going on about yourselves. Well, just think about the poor little 12-year-olds who are starting their careers as volunteer lifesavers with bronze medallions, being told that them and their teachers, instructors are dangerous. That's what's toxic, and that's what cannot be glossed over. And that's what this amendment is about, to try and gloss over a very serious issue of serious concern to our community and persecute the councillor, the only councillor who has moved and had the fortitude to defend our selfless volunteers who give up their time, who give up their own safety sometimes and put it in jeopardy to save lives on our beaches. And this amendment is certainly against them.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Causey.
I'm just going to be very brief. I think this debate has been quite toxic. I think this amendment and I think the original motion were quite unnecessary. We've had two councillors now criticised for or spoken of with, I think, disrespect. I just wish none of this would have happened, but I'm not prepared to vote for the amendment because I believe there could possibly be occasions where there have been very serious circumstances where it would be appropriate for a councillor to be named in a motion. I don't consider this a serious situation. I do consider, however, and I'll make a statement, that I absolutely respect our surf lifesavers, whether they're the paid ones or the volunteers. They all do a fantastic job and absolutely all of us rely on them when we go to the beach. And that's it, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I too will add my voice to this amendment. I absolutely agree with what Deputy Mayor Bingham said about the fact that we have to remember that we've got councillors who have been here just over a year. I am absolutely aware that Councillor Hackman, who may not have taken the hint on the night, certainly realised very quickly afterwards how what she said was perceived. It's easy, I think, sometimes to make someone's mistake or gaffe even worse. But I know that Councillor Hackman's intentions were probably to make us aware of an issue which sometimes can happen between surfers and surf lifesavers. There have been issues in those areas for decades, always. I don't think at any time that Councillor Hackman or certainly anyone on council believes that we don't support surf lifesavers 100 or 1,000%. Every single person on that beach does something important. And even what was mentioned by the longboarders was everyone keeps an eye out. They don't realise, and maybe they don't like each other, that they work together, but they do all keep eyes on the beach to keep our community safe. And whether they do it collaboratively or in competition with each other, I think the idea is that we know we are a coastal community. We love the community and our volunteers that are there. I don't think that there is any way, shape or form that I could think of any single club that we have any issue with at all. And certainly the CEO of Surf Life Saving and also our local Northern Beaches branch would certainly know how much council actually works and supports all of them, and we have many clubs. I do worry about words that are challenging for people, especially when describing behaviours, that they can create WHS claims. The claims like that are much more prevalent in workplaces now than they ever have been. They are the number one cause of injuries, and I think it's something that we need to be always aware of. And I know that we try hard to work together, but we have very differing opinions around the table, and trying to do that in a collaborative way can be challenging. But I do support this motion, this amendment, and hope we can find a way forward. All right, does anyone else have anything to add? Can we put this to the vote? All those in favour? Sorry, I'm going to watch you choke, sorry. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hearn-Jack, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Robins, Councillor Dillon, and myself. Those against, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh and Councillor Causey. Okay, that's now the motion.
Can I move a procedural motion that the motion now be put as we've had 2 for and 2 against?
Yes. We're just waiting for the lovely formatting. All those in favour? Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hearn-Jack, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Robins, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself. Those against, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca and Councillor Singh.
It's the same as the previous one.
Councillor DeLuca.
Sorry, was that the procedural motion or that the motion?
That was the motion. Yes. Oh, sorry, I misheard you, Councillor Glanville. Yes. The motion be put. Yeah, bringing it over. Well done. Okay. All those in favour? Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Robins, Councillor Dillon and myself. Those against? Councillor Gilton, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh and Councillor Causey. Declare that carried.
You've just got to put the motion, because that was the procedural motion that it be put.
No. We did the procedural motion.
We never voted on the procedural motion.
No. Yep, we certainly did. All done. So now we are up to, I think we've voted the same way 3 times now. I'm now going to give a report of the confidential items that we voted through while we were in confidential. So you can see it up on the screen.
And Madam Mayor, I just need to advise that a rescission motion, give notice that a rescission motion will be lodged on item 9.2 regarding the draft code of meeting practice and the resolution just passed regarding 14.1.
Madam Mayor, can I move we stay for the rescission motions?
Yeah.
I haven't put it yet and I haven't submitted it yet. I'll submit it at the due time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so while you're going through the confidential, I will then just put a comment up about the rescission motion so that all the councillors are aware of what would happen or what will happen. So we've got 17.1, 17.2, 17.3 and 17.4 and 17.5. Okay, I might actually leave it to the CEO to explain what may happen, councillors, with the rescission motion if we don't get this done by 1st of January.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and councillors. I only speak to just advise you what will happen. It in no way is intended to influence or otherwise actions that any councillors make. In the event that a rescission motion to the Code of Meeting Practice is lodged, as foreshadowed by Councillor DeLuca, from 1 January, the government's model Code of Meeting Practice will apply to Northern Beaches Council on 1 January. Again, I don't say that to persuade or otherwise. I just want you to be aware of that before you rise for the last time for the year, and that we will be implementing on the 1st of January the template government Code of Meeting Practice on the 1st of January. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
With a reminder that our council meeting wouldn't be until February anyway. Just thought I'd add that in. Yes. Okay, councillors. Possibly, but it just depends who's here, doesn't it? Yes, or maybe undergoing surgery. So, you know. Anyway, councillors, thank you very much. Have a great Christmas. If we don't see each other beforehand, who knows? Declare the meeting over at 10:09. And please keep yourself safe and healthy. Thank you.